This broadcast from IOF TV is brought to you by T-Cartor and Lumonite.
Hello and welcome back to Hungary for the conclusion of the 2024 European Orienteering Championships. We've got two relays coming up today, starting with the men's. We've got 57 teams on the start list today, and then in a couple of hours' time we will move on to the women's competition. 40 teams lining up there. We're in a different arena compared to our two individual days, and so it's a very different kind of style of map, as we'll show you in just a couple of minutes' time. Once again, it is very warm out there, low to mid 30s, although I think there is some rain expected a little bit later on, which may cool things down, but make it a little bit nippy as well. And you can see lots of supporters out here in the arena, ready to cheer on their teams, and multiple teams allowed per nation means it's going to be fast and furious racing. Lots of athletes out in the competition. So when it comes to the men's relay, we've got a 6.6 kilometer course, 270 meters of climb, and that winning time per leg about 35 minutes. It's pretty runnable for the most part out there. And let's have a quick look at the map then. Jonas, this isn't orientated to north, but talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, you said it 6.6, but if you remember back to the middle distance where it was 5, it's much quicker today. We start into a bit green area at 1 and 2, then first TV control and 4. Generally, quite many shorter controls. We see quite many forked controls, but the forking's close to each other. So I think that most of the runners should stay together. Then 6, 7, the first route choice leg. Basically, you have the options to stay in the slope, a bit lower maybe, or to climb up the hill and use the path. Then the shorter, semi-short control to 10, there we have another TV control. And then the second route choice of the course, when you either can go to the right, up the hill again, or stay below. The course planners actually think that it's better to go up. We will see then. 11, 12, now you can notice that there are only 2 forkings, so on the last leg we won't have any forkings from control 9. Then we have an arena passage and a very short last loop. Looks quite easy on the last hill. The course setters, they promised us that it's more difficult than it looks like just in the very end, but yeah, we will see how it is. So this again, the first longer route between 6 and 7, and we see different options here. I expect them to either take the dark blue one or then the red one. They say it's quite similar, both of them. So they don't expect any big differences between the two options. Generally, they say that it is in the green areas that it is a bit greener if you compare it to both the middle distance and the long distance we already had this week. So there might be a slight surprise for the runners when they get to see those green areas, especially at around control 1 and 2, and then at 12 again when they go back. But this is very typical in this point here to everything we have seen the last days. It's this characteristic terrain for this area with good runnability in the slopes, and the decisions to either go around or go straight, but then you often have to do a bit more of the climbing.
And it's not just the runnability, Jonas, it's the visibility, as we can see here in this picture. How might that affect things?
Yeah, I mean, usually it's where we see the mistakes if you have bad visibility. In this part here, you can see it. I mean, you can see quite far in a relay. Means also that you see the other teams around you. You can take advantage. Visibility at around 1 and 2, as I said, and control 12, I think is a bit lower. There you can make differences. Generally, I expect it to be a very physical race because we have the 4 kings close to each other. We have basically or generally good visibility. I don't expect them to make so many mistakes. I think they're going to stick together for quite a long time, and this will make it a very physical race. But of course, then we have a lot of climbing again, which is tough to tackle.
Yeah, that can make it very, very tricky. And yeah, it's not the most difficult relay that we've ever seen. I think you can see that quite clearly from the map. A lot of the, both in terms of the visibility, but the features all seem to be fairly obvious. As I mentioned already, 57 teams, and a few nations with 3 teams on the start list. Could make it interesting. Could see some second and third teams up amongst the mix as well. We've got Norway, a team of Daly, Foster and Nick Chinnaberry were the defending champions in the European champs. Switzerland are the world champions. Are they still amongst the nations that we want to watch out for?
Yeah, definitely. I would say that we have Switzerland, Sweden and Norway as the big favorites. And I think also Finland has quite a strong team, even though the results, except for Mika Kirmula in the long distance, haven't really been as they wished for. But they have been good throughout the last relay, so I expect those teams to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, pretty much these first 3 teams, as you can see here, are the favourites. Victor Svensky was 6th in the long distance and could have been higher if it wasn't for kind of mistakes or route choices. Asko Shinneberg's had 2 7th places in these champs already. He's looking very, very strong. This is a team from Finland, pretty similar to the team that took the bronze medal at the World Champs in Switzerland last year. Czechia as well, not quite as strong a team as they've had in previous years. Maybe the same too for the French team. It's Quentin Angier to lead them out, followed by Luc Basset and Mathieu Perrin. And are there any teams maybe with like, Sweden 2, Switzerland 2? Can you see those teams featuring in amongst the leaders?
I mean, as I said before, I expect it to be a physical race. It's probably not the most difficult race we've ever seen, which is, though, quite hard to say. I haven't been out in the forest, so I don't know how it looks like. But course setters say it's more difficult than it looks like. Might be. We have seen that especially controls you take from above in a slope can be difficult. There can be mistakes, but I mean, if it's a physical race, quite easy with the 4 kings close to each other, many teams can join for quite a long time, and if they never drop off, or as long as they are within a group and they don't have to let the others go, I mean, they're very hot for a good position still, and there are many teams that possibly can go with other teams if they're still together, but once they lose, it's very hard to get back.
So we're about 30 seconds before the start now. You can see all of the teams have got their maps, and it may look easy-ish on the map, but it's a relay. crazy things happen in relays. All the rules go out the window, and mistakes can be made just because you're in this high pressure head-to-head situation. So really, we want to take absolutely nothing for granted when it comes to this relay. You can hear the countdown here in the arena. We've got our 57 teams about to start on this relay, this forest relay at these European Orienteering Championships in Hungary. You can see the French team, the Danish team right out at the front there, and the colourful runners heading straight into the forest. The start triangle just there on the edge of the forest, and then they're going to go up and over this hill straight into a forked first control.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it. I mean, it's still a relay, and we actually have a first control that's a little bit in the green. They didn't really put the controls themselves into the green, but you have to go through kind of green wall, and especially on the first leg, if the forkings are so close to each other, I think quite many could possibly go with a group that's slightly off to another direction that they have to go by themselves. So there is definitely a risk that you get to the wrong or on the way to the wrong forking. You can miss a few seconds, but I don't think you will see those big mistakes with that we have seen in the middle distance, for example.
So just trying to pick up some pictures here in the forest with our running camera. We've got certainly the Finnish team, the French team. I think that's Portugal. There's Czechia. It is Daniel Vandas on the first leg for that team. Contandria for France. And yeah, you can see as they climb over this hill, yeah, the visibility is still pretty good. I mean, amongst all of these teams, the Hungarian teams there as well, the Latvian team, as they duck and dive their way in and around these loose branches, and actually really spread quite left and right at the moment, these teams. And that kind of tends to happen when we see good runnability and good visibility. If it's a bit more dense, they're going to be more likely to be following each other. But here you can see they're really spread quite wide.
I mean, if it's dense, then everybody, the runners in front, they look for kind of the tracks where it's a bit quicker, and then everyone else, tries to follow and use maybe also the tracks that the runners in front of them produce. And this one here, I mean, it's as I said, it's now they enter this green ball path, so you get a good indication about the distance, but you still, I mean, don't have that much to read from when you come to the path. So now you can see that almost all of the runners, they try to run to the border of this green area in order to get an indication. You also have the hill that stops there, so you can kind of run along the hill. Then if you have the A control, it's very easy. If the C control, you know that you have to continue to the next kind of contour, and same if you have B control. So I think very clever executed by almost all of the runners here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this gives you a little indication of the different forkings that each of the teams has. Obviously, those numbers changing, the letters changing up as we go around the course. We do have an indication. We have written down here the forkings that all of the countries are on. So especially when it gets to that last leg and we see leading nations maybe splitting up, going to different controls, or maybe some of them going to all of the same control, but be able to give you an indication of that. See, like the French team, the Italian team, already having punched their A control and heading out towards the open area on their way towards control number 2. Something I've been thinking about a bit, Jonas, on the rest day is about how much of an impact the sprint heavy season has had on a lot of the athletes. A lot of them, I think I was reading something from Martin Regborn earlier today saying, oh, maybe I'm feeling a bit disappointed about my results, but then actually I had such a big focus on the sprint season, maybe it's not that bad at all. And people going, well, it kind of makes sense why I made all of these mistakes. Do you think that did have a big impact on the individual races, and could it have an impact on this relay as well today?
I would say it had a bigger impact on the individual races than on the relay, because it's small things that you kind of have to train up again in order to get it to work, of course, you have to adapt to the terrain. That takes a bit longer time. You have to get back, use the muscles to the terrain, which is probably not that crucial here because it's very quick, very fast terrain. But to get it all together, then to get everything work again perfectly for like 90 minutes or 35 minutes in middle distance, it takes a lot of time. In the relay, when you have the others around you that can help you a little bit, maybe uh, you notice that you have to have an extra eye on direction, or that you are about to leave the contour in a slightly wrong way. Well, it helps you a bit. So I think the impact on a relay is not as big as it was on the individual races.
So all looking pretty safe at control number 2 at the moment. Or, well, there's a lot of GPSs we've lost actually in the terrain. The ones we can see there through fairly straightforward. In fact, the first indication we're going to get of the times will be at control number 4. That's TV control number 1. So we'll be able to really get a good sense of the order of the athletes and, you know, if any groups have formed up at that point. But at the moment, it looks fairly simple as we might expect.
Yeah, it's hard to see if anyone made a mistake there at control 2. We're both not the most accurate GPS probably, and quite many points at the same place. But it looks as if Sweden second team had a good start. Italy had a good start. I think there's the Swedish team as well, first team. But we have the first TV control then at control 4. So they should be here at any moment. This is control 4.
So we'll watch and wait for them coming through the terrain. Very short number 3 just before it. And again, you can see just how visible and open this area is. So we should see them coming. They've got to climb up towards this control. They've got to dip down from a control, back up again. Let's see who we can spot first. I love it when we have our camera operators just searching through the terrain. There they go. They're going to go down and up. You can almost, number 3 is just kind of beyond in the distance there. And we've got runners coming up here. Let's see if we can spot who the first ones are.
Finland.
This is Finland.
Yeah, Savolainen. Then we have, I think, Italy.
Yes, good spots. Estonia, I think, France, Sweden, and 3 Swedes.
Yeah.
Czechia, Norway, Finland, Portugal, Germany.
Switzerland.
Then I've lost one. Switzerland there, that's Daniel Hubman in the shorts and the headbands.
See, there's another Swiss team, another Norwegian team.
Ukrainian teams there too. So British team, Spanish team. Not got any data coming through from this control yet.
We can see
so
there
we
were
can't give you confirmation.
No gaps in the group, basically. This was the first, a bit bigger gap. See here, that looks like Croatia and Poland. No problem for Poland, as it seems.
So out again to another forked control, this one a little bit wider, or some of those going kind of out kind of different distances, I guess. So you could come across the first ones and then realize you've got to keep going.
I think the biggest risk here is for the E control, because all the others, they stay a bit higher in the slope. There's one team, looks like Italy, maybe going down a bit too early towards the E control, now turning. It's almost too many teams in this comparison.
But then 6 to 7, as we've highlighted before, that's the interesting one. And what do you reckon? Are they going to split up? Are they going to do the same?
It's very hard to say. I mean, they don't know that it's an unforked leg. So basically, it could be that they go the same. I would definitely go climbing up the hill, taking the path for a while. I mean, it's a relay. It's the first leg. It's quite good. I mean, you can see that you won't lose. I mean, if you lose a few seconds, yeah, that's fair. But you can see that you won't lose more than 10, 15 seconds. And the other one is much more difficult to execute. So I would definitely go for the one option to the south. But I mean, well, maybe we see someone.
Well, yeah, this is going to the south, I think, here, yeah. So continuing along from the control, certainly the first few teams, 2 Finnish teams, going that way. And this is where you can see that it's a bit greener than other places. You have to just go around and off your line a little bit more and still ducking under loads of branches. This is where we get actually a little bit better indication of the split times. 20 teams within 30 seconds, but Victor Svenskov, Sweden 1, was the first at that point. And at this point, you can see just rounding this hill, they're trying to stay on level, and then we'll hit this flatter section. This is Imark.
Yeah, you can see
it's
the
normally
replay.
highlighted because there is a mistake here. So presumably he's gone to the wrong forking. Yes.
It's gotten a bit too far. I mean, he's not been going all the way to F, but he was very close to the control, just a bit too high in the slope. And I mean, that's what I actually expected, if it would happen, that it would happen at control E, because it's about 1 or 1.5 contours slower than the other 2 controls. You can see that the visibility in this part here, not as good as in other parts. Don't see that many teams in front of you if you have a gap of about 10-15 meters. It's basically one of the only parts where it is like this. Later on, towards control 7 all the way to 10, will be very good visibility again.
And for a lot of these teams, it look like they've stayed quite high on the slope here, as you can see, as they are about to kind of drop down onto the track. A couple of the teams, Switzerland 1 that's down in Hubben and GB1, have kind of dropped into the flatter section of the re-entrance, so they won't have to drop as much here then down onto the path. You can see to the left and right as you drop down the slope there, some of the crags as well.
Maybe a bit lower as Hoopman, for example, is to avoid the green. There is a big white area where you could run then. So I think he tried to use this passage a little bit. This is Eskil Skinneberg.
Yep, and you can see this is all the teams have done. They drop onto the slope, and actually, are they going to go all the way around, I think?
No, I mean, they're going to run up that re-entrant with the path in it, so they don't want to take the steep possibility up there straight. Maybe something they learned from the long distance, that if you take the climbing at the steepest part, you're losing a bit time compared to when you take it a bit in an area where you could do the climbing on a longer distance.
Yeah, you can see there in the screen just what amount of speed you're able to get up on. This is like a super solid track. It's actually, you could drive a vehicle along this track. It's very easy.
And actually, we have a few teams going the other way. We have Switzerland's second team and the mixed team as well. They are going into the slope. We don't have them on the screen here.
And actually, yeah, they continue to the
Yeah,
south
I mean,
and then are crossing the other direction. But there's actually a whole group, Sweden 2, Austria 2, Hungary 1, Romania, who've gone the northern routes and are going, as you can see there,
but
Sweden
they are
2,
going
Hungary.
very low into that slope. I would have liked. I mean, I think you should stay a bit higher on the first hill because now they have to climb about, let's see, 25 meters, a bit more, 35, and they could have avoided about 25 meters climbing or 20 meters climbing if they would have stayed a bit closer to the red line.
It is quite tempting to go around the bottom because you see, look at that control 7. It's very much in the middle of the slope.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, if you go to the south, you get quite an easy. You can round this big valley, which you have in the last part there. You can use the path for a long time. You get a good entrance to the control, very close. You can aim for a bit too high and then just run down the spur. You won't miss the control, I would say, if you do that. Of course, it's not a very difficult control if you come from below as well. It's going to be interesting. I think there's an advantage for the runners to the south.
Yeah, I think so. They're going very, very quick at the moment. This is they're approaching the top of the hill, these runners here, and then it's a really good descent down into 7. I mean, we've seen it in the pictures already. The run ability is good, and you can kind of fly down there and then prepare these kind of shorter sequence of controls that comes up next.
And I mean, the two teams I named before, Switzerland 2, and there's a mixed team 5. They are almost exactly on the red line, so they went to basically the same direction as the southern group until they got to the path after the first hill, and then they changed to the north.
For me, that's
But I
the
think,
worst option of the two. You've got a big kind of re-entrant to go
yeah,
through, the one with a path in it. Like, it looks super slow. Surely that is not a good option.
I think they're going to lose about half a minute compared to the group where Hungary is at the moment, and maybe a minute compared to the Swedish second team.
Yeah, it could be even more. I think the damage could be even more.
It's hard to say because the GPS is not updating very quickly either.
No, that is true. Well, we'll get our second kind of TV control is the one at number 8. So we will get a little look, a little indication of the teams and the order, whether it's changed compared to the first section where we saw Victor Svensk, Sweden 1 in the lead at that point.
Yeah, if you look at this now, you can see that Sweden second team is definitely closer to the control, but they still have to do about 35 meters of climbing. And I mean, the other group, they can drop that much from where they are now.
Split, it was Sweden, Finland, and Austria. Finland was second, team Oxen. So those finished first in the Southland as well. Norway, Ukraine, Germany, Slovakia. Those 8 countries within 10 seconds.
Now we got a glimpse of that Swiss second team there in the middle, but you can see that the tail is very short, so they have been a bit further ahead than it looks like.
Yeah, they are obviously now doing quite a few meters of climbing. 25, 30, 40 meters of climbing.
It would be good to see where the second Swedish team is at the moment. Yeah, now they come back. But we get them at control 8, so very soon they will be here.
Yeah, waiting at control 8. Here they go.
Still Finland, isn't it?
Yeah, and Ukraine on the right-hand side. There's 2 Finnish teams there in the mix, and Norway.
And Switzerland.
Yeah, Finland have made a great start.
Sweden
so
as well.
it was Timo Oksinen and Itu Sevalainen. So that's the second and the first team. Now all of the punches come through. Axel Elmblad, that's the Swedish third team. We've seen Victor Svensk through. He was in 6th for the Swedish first team. Daniel Hubman there for Swiss first team.
Let's see where we get the Swedish second team. Probably here.
There.
Yeah.
Yep, that was
so
Mark.
about half a minute he lost, but he might have been a little bit behind already at control 6 because he did a mistake at control 5. So let's say about 20 seconds he can lose on that route. And the Swiss second team we're still waiting for. Take a while and then they're here. They're not at control 7 yet.
So recap the order at control number 8. It was Ukraine, Finland 2, Finland 1, Norway 2. That was Havard Sandstad Aidsmo. Switzerland 1, Sweden 1, Norway 1, then Norway 3. So actually 3 Norwegian teams in the top 8 there. Lucas Novak, Austria 1, still doing well. They were looking like quite near the front in some of the tracking earlier on. Sweden 3 down in 12th. And Czechia down in 18th at the moment. But as I said, it's so close. In fact, there were 20 teams again within 30 seconds. So at the moment, playing out really quite as we'd expect. A really big group here.
Definitely. We haven't lost anyone yet, or not one of the first teams at least. And I mean, even though Sweden 2 lost about half a minute, everyone's still together, so it's not as difficult to regain positions compared to if we would have smaller gaps between the groups.
No, and we're going to get another indication of the order then at control 10. That's where our third TV split is going to be. But it's going to look, I think, very similar to here. And they're kind of on their way back to the arena now. Okay, there's a little small loop at the end, but 21 minutes of running so far. And you can see just how quickly, of course, this whole group are moving through the terrain here.
And at control 10, we will have another route choice. Either you can go to the right, climb up the slope there on the path and approach the control from the right, or you go to the left, stay below, run a bit around, but then the entrance to the control is a bit, not much more difficult, but a bit tougher to get there.
So Ruslan Glibov leading the pace here, setting the pace. Savalainen punches into second. They're the only actual punches we've got through on the system, but you can see a whole massive group all dropping down towards this control and heading on this next section as well. There's Simon Mark with Sweden 2, maybe working away a little bit way through the pack there. Hard to tell.
And now you can see that for the first time we have like a bit of indication that a few teams might struggle with the pace, small gaps of about 5 to 10 seconds. You have the different exit, Hungary going to the north, as is Sweden 2. They could have stayed a bit closer.
Sweden 2 was already behind at 6, though.
Yeah, because they. Yeah, that's what I said before.
Yeah,
that's what I said before, because I think he was about 10-15 seconds behind.
We are following the same route at the moment.
Yeah, what we learn is that you're not allowed to go in the middle close to the to the red line. I mean, if you go south from control 6 out, then that's not a good idea.
And the other two were pretty even, as we said. Recap, these are the standings then at that control. We've just seen control number 10 as we've had more of the punches through again, like all of the kind of top first teams that we might expect. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, all in amongst that pack. And then as you can see, 19 teams and a little bit of a gap now back to France 3. So 19 teams in that group.
Interesting. Now, actually, most of the teams staying low, below the hill. You can see it here, except for the Ukraine. Ruslan Glibov going all the way up, going actually the way that the course setters they think is a bit quicker. But I think that the course setters expected them to exit the control as Hungary is
Mm.
and not really go follow the red line first and then change route so
And,
that they
and
can
and in fact, we
climb
were
on the
given a
path.
graphic, weren't we, on those two options? So if you're going the Hungary route versus what everyone else is going, and they were exactly the same distance. I think both
Yeah,
1,140
but of course
meters.
you have a longer passage on the path, so they expected it to be quicker if you go to the east
Mhm.
here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The last section, you have more time on the path. So we'll
And there,
see as things group back up. We will have a kind of a time split at number 11 as well.
but I mean, like Ruslan Glebov is doing now, he's not taking advantage of the path, so he is going to the right, might have the same distance to run, but he is basically not running on a path at all on this first half of the control. So I think he's gonna lose on this.
Yeah, he's been doing all of that climb in the terrain as well. That is really tough. So it does look like Sweden 2 maybe leading this group there at the moment. Finland 1 are in the very start of the pack. Switzerland 1, Norway is still up there. Everyone we might expect. And can you see a point of this course that might cause a group to break up a little bit? Are we maybe approaching it now?
I mean, I see the first control as a possibility. Now they did it very well on this first leg. Here possibly, I mean, you can take different route choices. If Glebov had executed it perfectly, he would have had the chance probably. And then control 12, I think there's maybe not to break away, but to fall off if you do a small mistake. So this is one you have to run quite a bit in the green area. You have to keep direction, and then you don't have a lot of time in order to get to the control. So definitely a tricky control, this control 12. But again, I mean the control itself located in the open wide, so not as tricky as it could be.
So very soon on their way towards control number 11, we'll see the impact then of Ruslan Glebov, Ukraine, leading that group through at control number 10, where he's managed to get. And this looks like Viktor Svensk, I think, here for Sweden, and he's in. Oh, and
There's Glebov.
there's really no difference at all. I mean, like,
Yeah, but I mean,
2 seconds.
he didn't execute it perfectly, so there would have been a chance for Glebov to break away.
And actually, now the group's starting to split up a bit more as well. Bigger gaps between the athletes. But I think still the main contenders up towards the start of that group. Everyone we might expect. The top 4, I would say, first teams in Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, and in Finland all come through in that leading pack. But again, like still here, the visibility is so good that everyone can see the back of the couple of guys ahead, but they are about to go into a greener section, and maybe this is where you're going to lose out a little bit. But maybe this point shows how, the top teams are just a little bit physically better than the others. Live back
I mean,
again with the tracking.
definitely the temp, like the speed is very high at this point of the relay. There's not so much left. They might have noticed that one or more teams were going on the other route, so they had to, yeah, kind of they couldn't be passive at all, so they had to run really quickly, all the teams. So I think at the moment the speed is high here. Comparison. Again, I think if he would have had it to this small path with the hole to the left and taken this one up the hill, could have been slightly quicker, but it's hard to say how good the runnability is in this green section. It might be quite good, and he might not lose very much when he does like this, so hard to predict.
Looking closely at these forkings, then seems to be no issues with the top teams through here. We can catch up with the runners through this last section. Dropping through the different types of vegetation, running behind Eetu Savalainen. That's how it's alongside Eidsmo, Norway 2 as well, who was in the picture. And they can cross over this open section back into the forest. Again, a fairly straightforward control, number 13. And then we'll see them briefly in the arena for the arena run through, and then a very short last section. A section, though, that the course setters say is quite tricky.
It's very open. I mean, it's a bit stony. You can see that from the map. It is open. If the visibility is as good as it was before, we could see even when they were running towards the first control. I can't see that they will have big difficulties there. Maybe control 17 when you come from above and you drop down to the control, but even there, I don't think they will lose more than 5-6 seconds if they do a mistake. So, yeah.
Super high speeds then for these leading teams, and it's brilliant just to be trying to keep up with them, seeing the trees pass either side, and we can see the teams going and coming through our arena passage now, and it's Finland 1 in the lead. They are the current silver medalists at the World Championships. We've got Sweden 2.
Switzerland dropped behind a bit.
Yes, now in the 13 seconds down, so 6th place there. And Savalainen takes the run through. Look, all of the runners taking on liquid. We saw at the start of the broadcast, 33 degrees in the arena. It's baking hot here. There's Eskil Shinneberg for the first team from Norway. And so 5 teams with a small gap. Here's Daniel Hudman just coming around the corner there. On Sunday, took his first individual European Champs medal for 5 years, the 41-year-old. So Mads Eidsmo, Jürgen Jonas, we've got Timu Oksanen there in the picture. Martin Rudny for Czechia 2. About 38 seconds behind at the changeover. Bojan Vandikov, Edinburgh-based Bulgarian. There's French team, look, Marty. And there's only a short section of the course to go. 31 plus maybe 32 minutes of running now. And the athletes knowing how important, even for this last section, that they keep cool and they keep hydrated. So they go back out to kind of the same starting point for this last short loop of this first leg of the relay. Basically all just goes around that hill that you can see there in the foreground. Very short kind of section as they all climb up the hill towards these different options here. So 2 different options, because the last leg it won't be forked.
Yeah, you can see that there is the L and the M option, but even if you get to L, L will also go kind of in the direction to control 16 as everyone at M. So I would be surprised if we would see big mistakes here. All of them running on one line. Norway has M, Sweden has M. Yeah, they come in a bit low there, Sweden. I see the control now, though. Yes, waiting. I'm not sure if he's able to spot the control.
No, it looks like he's gone a little bit too far. Again, it's hard to know exactly the GPS accuracy.
Yeah,
Are Norway going to have overshot now? Norway, I think, has got it right.
Yeah, Norway's got it.
Spanish team. Vamos, vamos. Going to be there.
You can see one team that struggles. It's the third team of Norway. They're not in the graphics here.
So here comes the Latin first runner.
France first team is a bit low there.
So it definitely looks like L, obviously the coming first was the easier one. A few teams struggling if they've got M, and you can see these are the second leg runners about to head out. Olli Ojanaho from Finland just waiting there. See others taking on some liquids. Got Ukrainian team ready to head out. And of course, a bit nervous knowing exactly how their teams are going to come in.
Olli Ojanaho, it didn't finish one of the races so far at this championship. Started in the middle distance, had it did not finish. Started in the long distance, had it did not finish. So it definitely to get all the controls today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Team selection is quite tricky, I think, when you've had a runner who's not finished on either of them. Obviously, I've chatted about kind of the reasons for that and how the form is feeling. And these athletes now jumping off the last control, heading straight down the hill and on their way towards the last control. Got to keep a good direction, though, out towards the last control and just flying, sprinting through the forest here. You can see how our running cam's really trying to keep up with them. And looks like Ukraine are here, going to change over in the lead, possibly. This looks like Ruslan Glibov in the lead there. And we've also...
Finland,
I think one of them is Finland. We've got some of the earlier teams there, but Ruslan Glibov is going to be delighted to change over in the lead here for Ukraine. Then we've got Finland. Then we've got Norway. That's Norway one. Eskil Shinneberg. We've got another Norwegian team as well. I think next to handover. Norway 2 next to handover. Switzerland 1 is in there. So too is Sweden 1.
Italy
2. Great job on the first leg for Italy, and Sweden 2 as well. So what is that? 8 teams in 16 seconds. Slovakia, strong work. First leg of Slovakia. Within 25 seconds, Estonia 2 handing over there, 29 seconds down. This is the third team from Sweden.
Germany there as well.
The Czech team, that's Daniel Vandas. Then the second of the Czech teams, the slower of the Czech teams is Czech 1. As they both hand over there, Miloš Nikodin ready to change over for Czechia 1. Within the minute here. And more teams coming in towards the finish. It's a little bit of a gap now after control team 14. Here's Austria. Lucas Novak handing over to Janis Bonek. Denmark, Bulgaria also on their way in. That's Linus Egberg Christensen handing over to Rasmus Muller, yes. 15th and 17th. Here's the French team. Quentin Andrieux was near the kind of leading pack here. Certainly dropped down there. There's Norway 3.
At control 15. Now it's going to be interesting because we have.
I think both these French teams lost at control 15.
Yeah, I mean now we have had a big we have them lined up. There was very high speed in the end of the first leg, so now teams a little bit behind, like 15 to 20 seconds behind. They really try to get back into the leading group, so they might have to overpace a little bit, and they might not be as prepared as the others at the first control. So this is a very crucial moment now for them. They have to get back, or they want to get back into the leading group, but at the same time they have to be careful in order to get right direction towards their first control.
Yeah, absolutely. The team from Finland heading back in the start of the second leg. And I recap those as standings at exchange number 1. So 6.6 kilometers completed in 36 minutes for Ruslan Glibov from Ukraine. Finland, Norway 2, Switzerland, Sweden. All the main contenders in that top 6, really, to be honest. So job well done, to be honest, for those first leg runners. first leg, the job for a first leg runner is pretty straightforward, isn't it, Jonas? You just want to stay out of trouble. These guys didn't do this job quite as well. This is what you were talking about just a bit earlier with this mistake at number 15.
Yeah, I mean, they were following, you can see that they were following direction to Control L as all the other runners, but they didn't have really control over the situation. So when they were at Control L, they didn't know in what direction they have to continue to their control. And we have seen quite many of the M runners getting to that L control, but they actually knew where to go from there. Yeah, if the pace was a little bit too high, things like this can happen. And I think we're going to hear from Ruslan now very soon.
All right, standing here with Ruslan that came in first on the first leg. How was the race out there?
Tough power. Yeah, you have to push to relay, contact, running all the time, and nice visibility on a bit, so you have to go really, kind of aggressive when you're running, and yeah, otherwise, good. Tough.
It looked like you had the guts to take your own route choices. How was that gamble? Like, what made you do that?
Yeah, well, first long leg, I went actually behind the guys. It was a train, all the guys together. And then on the second long leg back, I went kind of my own because I was actually in the lead. So I thought, oh, should I wait for the guys, see how they will go? So it was kind of actually true. 3 route choices, 1 left, 1 right or straight. I went straight, really went straight. And then we just came all together. At least with the guys who went left, we came all together to the control points.
And what do you think of your chances going forward in the relay?
Yeah, well, it's nice to change, of course, in the lead and give this small gap to the next man. We'll see how it will go.
Well, congratulations to a great first leg, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thank everyone who supports Ukraine. Thank you.
Great to hear from him there. Ruslan Glibov, so he's handed over to Artem Panchenko and Ilya Otreshko, who's going to be on the third leg. They probably won't feature very much more in the broadcast, I would expect, but I'm preparing to be surprised. So let's have a look at the leaders then in this relay.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that many of the teams kind of try to overload the last legs of the relay. The Ukraine definitely had the overload on the first leg, their best runner early in the competition. But this is a start. It's hard to see anything from this graphics here. I'd say that it was a good start for Finland. It's good for Norway. Ukraine still there. I think Switzerland so quite high up the result list still. But we get to see them at Control 4 in just about a minute.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody had problems with control number 1, at least not that I could see.
No, but I think, yeah, anyway, I think we'll start to see a bit fewer teams now coming. The gaps between the runners gonna get a bit longer, a bit bigger. Yeah. You can see
And of course,
Italy might have dropped behind a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's slightly, but we'll see them coming at number 4 very, very soon. In fact, here they already are. We've got Norway, we've got Finland. I think it was it Norway 1?
I thought it was Breivik.
Yeah, Erik Langedal Breivik, the new middle distance European champion. That looks like Anton Johansson.
Albin Riedefeld.
Yep, so that is Sweden 2 and 1. That's Norway
this is Switzerland
3.
1.
Fabian Abersold on the second leg for him.
Here's Artem Panchenko. For the Ukraine. So now we could see that we had small gaps between the teams. For the first time, basically.
Yeah, so now a bigger gap here. I think we've seen all of those in our leading group of 6 through at this point. No problems whatsoever. We're going to have our next group come through very soon. I can certainly hear them coming.
Yeah, but it's interesting now because Breivik and Ojanao, they have a 12 seconds gap to Johansson and Riedefeld, and then there's another 5 seconds to Jonsson and Absalon. I mean, it's not much, but it's already early here, kind of a tendency you can see.
Yep, Sweden 3. There's 2 Czech teams here. Miloš Nikodym is for Czech 1. Slovakian team still there. Austria. This is the Italy team, dropping back, I think, a little bit in the pack. And the Estonians too, I think, also dropping at the first section of this race.
Estonia actually with a miss punch on the first leg, so they're not going to be in the competition anymore.
Germany. And I mean, as we can see from the picture, it was no real surprise to hear Ruslan Glebov talking about how much you really had to push the physicality of this. You know, a lot of your kind of brain and your energy can really be spent on running hard.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you could see at every place in this first leg that they were running really quickly. There was no tactical games at all. It's a tough one on the first leg. You still have kind of an advantage. I mean, you start together, so you are in the lead from the beginning. Now in the second leg, we already have a few teams 5 to 10, 15 seconds behind, and that really makes a difference. So I think that's also one of the reasons why we see some kind of gaps now. We can also see that there's quite a similar mistake for the Swedish second team as they had on the first leg. But now they really had the E control.
Yeah, that was Anton Johansson. Dropping back very slightly.
It's going to be interesting to see that Norway is going to go to the north on that route.
And actually,
we can also see Switzerland drop behind.
Yeah, I was going to say Norway suddenly got 42 seconds ahead. How on earth has Erik Langendal Breivik managed to do that?
Yeah. There must have been some struggles at control 5.
Yeah, I really hope we can get a replay of that. Maybe once we get all the data in.
I mean, either that they had a small advantage already at control at the TV before at control 4. I mean, it was only a few seconds, but might be just enough that they didn't see him towards control 6 or any of the controls. So yeah, possibly he could take advantage of that situation, but it's so hard to say. See that Norway second team goes on the same route as the first team. Where's the Swedish first
I was
team?
going to say,
there, 2 minutes behind.
Sweden 2. Yeah, 2 minutes behind. That's exactly what I was just thinking. I was like checking off all of the favorite teams and then going, where is Sweden 1? So that's Albin Riedefeld on this leg, sandwiched between 2 Svensk brothers, Victor Svensk on the first leg, Emil on the last leg. So yeah, maybe again a problem with the forking. We can see we have lost GPS tracking for quite a few of these teams, but certainly the Czech team going to the south of the line as well.
Yeah, both of the Czech teams, French team as well, but hopefully we get in all the data a bit later. Again, they send it afterwards, so if they don't have connection, they keep it and then send it that we can see a replay of control 5. Now we can see that Switzerland is coming into the picture on that same route as the first Norwegian team.
Yeah, Finland as well. They've gone, you can just see them coming into picture now. they've gone a similar route. But do you like the route they've taken? They've stayed quite high. You were quite an advocate for that when you were talking
Well,
about this route
I
earlier.
think it's better to take it like this if you go on this route, but I don't know if it's quick. We haven't really seen that option, but then they have to stay a bit higher now.
What Finland 1 now doesn't really want to do, Finland 1 is Olli Janaho is now go straight.
Yeah, but still, it's not the same route as they had on the first leg because they went first to
No.
the south, direct straight from the control. So I think it is a bit better whatever he does now, Oya now, compared to what Switzerland's second team did.
So catching up with them, this is the Czech team here, just in picture. Is that Riedefeld? Yeah, I think so. So Riedefeld, you can see going on. This is the high option. This is the southern route. So going up this path here, and you can see there's actually quite a few runners together. We've got Sweden 1. I think Sweden 3 are in there as well. France 1 have gone this way too. And even the other Czech team, yeah, both the Czech teams. So maybe trying to catch up with Albin Riedefeld here, leading this group out, really trying to push the pace. There's no guarantee that the others have gone the same way. He's clearly made some sort of mistake. Hopefully we'll see a replay of the controls around number 5, so we can figure out exactly what has gone on there, because something clearly has happened. Norway 1 now climbing quite high up in the slope, the others sticking down the bottom.
I mean, the thing is that he now goes down and up again, so if he was already all the way down there, he could have continued to the place where you have Switzerland and Swedish second team, so he could have avoided to go up and down and up again.
It's a long old re-entrant to climb up for our runners, for our camera operator as well. Behind me, Milos Nikodim in the small picture.
I actually think that Ampersold is executing that route very well so far. I would say he's not that far behind the first Norwegian team at the moment.
No, I think he's doing this one really very well. I mean, and yeah, deserves to. He is definitely the least experienced on this Swiss team, but deserves his place there with the 5th place in that long distance on Sunday. And I think he'll be really up for the challenge and be seeing the pressure hopefully in a positive light.
And I mean, he's a physically strong runner. He's been in situations where it was important in relays. He's running for Tampere and Pyrinto, and usually running in a good position on these big relays, club relays in like Jukkola and Tiomila. So he is not very experienced in running first team for Switzerland, but he's quite an experienced relay runner in order to be, like, when it comes to being in a crucial situation. So that's interesting to follow. So now I hope we get a replay. This is Sweden first team.
Yeah,
Riedefeld
just went all the way along.
That's what I said on the first leg. This is the most difficult one because all the others, D and F, they're 5 to 10 minutes higher in the slope. So if all the runners in front of you stay a bit higher, then it's difficult to drop down all the way to E. Probably a bit quicker route to 7 first leg for Sweden.
But a couple of teams have already made it to control number 7, and very, very soon we're going to see them on the picture here. We're waiting at control number 8.
I mean, it was a big gap. It was 2 minutes he had there compared to the Norwegian team. They are coming here.
Here we
I think
go.
he's looking back. Eirik Langedal Breivik.
Yep, here he comes. So Breivik in there. Where is Fabian Abersold? He should be here
Excellent.
very soon.
Here he is.
Here he is. 13 seconds. So I think he might have caught back up some time on the execution of
definitely.
that route. And now a decent gap. There is
was-
Norway 2 are on their way, but made a mistake on the entrance to control number 7, just in the bottom of the valley for some reason, in the bottom of the re-entrant to the northwest of the control.
I mean, the gap at control 6, we had Breivik 42 seconds ahead of Jonsson and 47 ahead of Abersold.
Yeah, so caught back up at 30 seconds. So Jonsson, Johansson, both of them there. Here's Ojanaho, so
Ojanaho.
Finland 1.
And I think Sweden 1 should come soon as well.
Yep.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, very
Riedefeld.
good spots. So Riedefeld has worked really hard then, actually, to catch up that time, because he was, if
And
you
I
remember,
think we
2
had-
minutes slower.
Bonek there behind, yes indeed. Is it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Jumping into this depression. Nico
That's
Dim is there
it.
too. Yep.
This is Jens Rønholds. Jonas Hubacek. I think Estonia. As I said before, they mispunched on the first leg. Actually at control 9, so at the next control. A rather easy control. This is Italy, I guess, and Slovakia. Sebastian Inderst running for Italy.
We'll get the next split at control number 10, and our leading runners are nearly there, to be honest.
Yeah, and then it's going to be interesting because then we have another route choice waiting.
So I think, yes, you can see there, Switzerland 1. They had a different forkings in here. Switzerland 1. Fabian Abersold going ahead, we think, from the tracking there, but maybe not then. Maybe the tracking is not quite to be believed.
Obviously not.
Yes, like Breivik punches there first. Abersold there 8 seconds behind. So yes, we don't want to quite believe the tracking,
So the
but
gap
certainly caught up
before,
another 5 seconds.
34 seconds between Abersold and Jonsson. Let's see how much it is now.
Yeah, will Norway 2 be the next ones? That doesn't look like Norway.
No,
That looks like
Finland.
Olli Ojanaho.
And then, is it France already? No, Sweden 2.
And there is Norway 2.
Yeah.
So Olli Ojanaho has caught up 13 seconds between 8 and 10. Bonek, Riedefeld. This is Sweden 1, still catching time. So they were 1:17 behind Norway. Now back under the minute. So Riedefeld really trying to make amends for his mistake. There's
And,
Nico Dim.
Interesting now that both Norway and Switzerland going to that route where we had Libov, but a little bit different, as we mentioned it on the first leg earlier. It's interesting to see what the other teams are doing. I think Norway, second team, going to the lower route. Hope that we're going to see the GPS soon, because I think it's quite interesting to see that Finland and Sweden, they're actually taking quite extreme routes around, extreme option on that eastern route choice. You can see it. They're going all the way on the path into this re-entrant and then out. I think it's not necessary. I think Switzerland and Norway did that well. And we can also see that Norway's second team, Isak Jonsson, going on that route where we have seen almost everyone on the first leg.
So few minutes and then will appear athletes on arena passage. So let's see, and the other next leg is will be the road choice. Looks like Norwegian and Swiss running together. Yes.
We have like 2 or 3 teams going to the west. It's Norway second team, Czechia second team, France first team, as it seems.
On this long leg, the same road choice. Norway 2 is the other, on the other way around.
Yeah, looks like Slovakia and Italy might join them.
Most runners take the same road as Breivik and others.
It's interesting. Now it's going to be really interesting to follow the gap between Norway, Switzerland, and then especially second Norwegian team. The gap was 47 seconds at control 10.
France bomb with the capacity following Norway 2 is Isak Jonsson on the other way.
So we do have a split time, I think, at control number 11.
So rest of the chasing group is out of 3 minutes. France 3
Just losing the GPS tracking as they head down the hill. Yeah, exactly. We do definitely have a camera there, because obviously you remember Ruslan Glibov just swooping in from the left-hand side of the picture to take the third place at that point, going the completely separate way to everybody else.
It's hard to say from this picture how close they are to the control, because you can see it's kind of GPS kind of updating at the moment. Now it seems as if we're live again. So they should be in the picture very soon. Usually GPS lags for about 10 to 15 seconds. Here they are.
And yeah, there we go. Still Norway. Oh no, I was going to say still Norway in the lead. They've just got very similar kits. They've both got the red arms, the red shoulders, but are heading down the slope. So together then, Breivik and Abersold, Norway and Switzerland. Just want to have a little look back at what was the gap then before this
47
leg
seconds.
Yeah. Or 42
And,
seconds.
now we have like 15. Yeah, it depends on who you can
yeah, that's true.
compare them to. So now we have about 25 seconds at the moment. I can hear them, I think.
There we go. This looks like Finland.
It's the runners.
We'd expect to see.
Yeah, but they were on the same route.
Yep. This is Ole Janaho. Albin Riedefeld up into 4th. Janis Bonnek for Austria. Anton Johansson for Sweden 2.
And Norway second team. I think they're losing actually. I'm not sure if they're doing a mistake now as well.
They're getting really trapped in the green section, right on top of the hill.
Yeah, definitely.
You definitely want to be well off the top of the hill, as you can see in the picture.
France should be coming soon from the right. Here we have, I think is it Czechia? Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Nikodem,
Miloš
there is
Nikodem,
Basse.
and he's 1:24 behind Breivik.
Basse, and we lost Norway's second team on the hill.
So Basse on the leaders has only lost 5 seconds between the last split and here.
I think Johansson, they were slightly quicker going all the way around.
I agree.
And then you can see now, look at this. Look at Johansson. He's heading up the hill too early, then going all the way on top of the hill, enters the green area. That's a mistake there at this control. He's still not at the control yet.
Yeah, he
now
is at
he's
the
punched.
control yet. Yeah, 1:55 slower than Norway 1. So he's dropped from 47 seconds behind to 1:55. So over a minute mistake. And I think most of that mistake was coming in that final execution there, not really in the route choice.
And now it's very important for Norway and Switzerland. It would be so important for them if they could keep the gap compared to Sweden. On this last loop to send out their last leg runners in a very good position.
Yeah, so it's Joey Hadorn for Switzerland and Kasper Fosse for Norway on the final leg. Emil Svensk will take up the mantle for Sweden 1. And I think in that group of those 3 you mentioned, the favourite, Fosse.
Also involved in the medal battle.
Okay, we're going to see them very, very shortly at the arena. They'll absolutely fly down the slope here. There we go. And it is Abersold in the lead then, just ahead of Breivik. Pushed ahead. And the 2 of them racing together through these trees towards the arena passage. After we've had about 66 minutes overall of running, so they've been running for 30. And out into the field, into the arena, here they come. You've got to punch the control, go through kind of parallel to the run-in, and then out towards the start point again. We're only a few controls in the last section. Here they are then, the 2 leaders, Switzold and Breivik.
And the gap was 43 seconds before, or 46, no, 43, I guess.
Yes, I think it was 46 at EV4, now it's 43. And here's the next chasers. I think we've got Finland already gone through, but there is Riedefeld in the picture, Bonnek you can see in the picture as well. Here they come. That is Ojanaho, Riedefeld, Bonnek, Finland, Sweden, and Austria.
And actually
in fact, not quite in a different order, actually.
And actually now Norway and Switzerland, they have different forkings. At control 15, Switzerland has the M control, so the one that a few of the teams struggle with on the first leg, and Norway has the L control, lower down in slope.
So these teams here battling for the bronze medal position at the moment. Ojanaho is in that bronze medal. You can see Bonnek just keeping right on his heels there as well. Riedefeld maybe just taking on a bit of liquid, so too Anton Johansson, and really just dropping it back a little bit in that quite safe to run through. Riedefeld has put in an absolute stint in the middle of the relay there just to try and catch up. He was 2 minutes down with a mistake, massively overshot his forking. There's Luca Basse and Miloš Nikodem. These 2 have raced each other so many times in the international circuit. They'll be used to racing alongside each other, absolutely. 2 guys, I say, approaching veterans of the game. Oh, Nikodem just completely stops to take on the liquid there.
I can just feel how warm it has to be, because there's only about 5 minutes of running left, and still he's stopping all the way and refreshing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You think with that so little to go, there's no point even doing that.
And now it's very crucial. Now they're attending control 15. And I'm not sure if Switzerland's gonna get the control at the first shot. It's hard to see on the GPS right now. Definitely Norway has got the L option. And I think Switzerland is too low.
I agree. Yes, definitely too low now as the GPS updates. He's outside of the circle on the east,
There we
as
have
you
it.
can see there in that picture.
And he will definitely be caught now by the teams behind. Fabian Abersold.
Finland,
Good
Austria
for
also
him
have M.
that Bonik has the same control. Probably gets to the control just slightly ahead. And I think Estonia got to know that they've mispunched. Still, they still haven't found the control, both Switzerland and Austria. Now Finland has to get to the control as well.
You can see that Abersold has changed direction a few times. He feels like he's in the right place. He's just not high up enough the slope, and it's
But
a
I think
question of whether
Ojenau
you would
is-
see those crags as well.
I think Ojenau is gonna get the control.
I think
And
he
then
is.
he might get the others with him. Now I think it looks good for Abersold. But there's a minute mistake.
And of course, this forking doesn't exist on the third leg, so at this point, all of the teams have done all those forkings. This potential for an error on the last leg is just kind of removed in the same way now. Anyway, there's the leader. There's the new European middle distance champion, Erik Langadal Breivik. He had the good control of the situation there. He's going to hand over to Kasper Foster. Let's recap. This is what happened then with these are the two leading teams.
And very typically, but it's actually Abersold has been in the lead there, so he was not been following Breivik into the direction, but he was just a bit too low, and then it's very hard, of course, because you don't have any features on top of the hill. Was too low, got help then from Olli Ojenau, and we can see that there are more teams looking for that control. We have Czechia, the first team, Sweden, second team, struggling with that one as well.
So you see Breivik is going to hand over to Foster. Here the next teams, this is Riedefelt for Sweden and Ojanaho as well. So Sweden,
Almost late there.
Finland. Who was late? No, Joey Haddon is waiting here, but he doesn't know that his teammates made a mistake. So he's been very, very hasty to get to that point, and his runner is not here. He will now know that his teammate has made a mistake, but he's actually just coming into picture there, just behind these two. So we've got Sweden, Finland here. In fact, Olli Ojenho is going to try and overtake on the run in here. It's going to be a little bit of a sprint out. Actually, Riedefelt doesn't have it in the legs. Ojenho wants to take the sprint. He's going to change over into second. So he's going to hand over to Sunday's bronze medalist, Mika Kiermala. And you can see there Emil Svensk waiting on the line. He's going to run the last leg for Sweden. And now is Switzerland here, handing over. Look at that, 52-second lead. Fabian Abersold not happy with himself there. Norway, one, has 52 seconds ahead of Finland, just 2 seconds back to Sweden. And then the gap between Norway, one, and Switzerland is that 1 minute. But those are our four favourites. It's a bit disappointing that it's so easy to call at least after two of the three legs here in this relay. Luca Basse, strong performance on this leg for France. He should be very pleased with himself. I know he was a bit disappointed with what he thought was subpar performances on the individual scale, so he'll be very happy to bring it back in a good position for France inside the top six. Austria as well inside the top six. Strong work from Janis Bonek. And there we have the top six.
Very
look at
good
this.
run
This is
by
where Joey thought he was ready. We almost thought he was late, as he just comes out ahead of Kasper Foster, and then is kind of like wandering around, going where his teammate is. There's Martin Regborn ready to take over. You can see there he is in the second team, I think. More of the teams coming in towards the finish now. Although, of course, some of them will be on the arena passage rather than the changeover.
Very good run by Erik Langedal Breivik. Did it very good, had this struggle on the long leg, but otherwise very solid race. And I think we're going to hear from him right now.
Erik, what a race.
Oh, thank you. It was really, really good. It was a bit nervous, but because I come along really, really early on the first long leg, but when I saw no one far in the forest, it was a very good feeling, and yeah, it was okay until to the loop, and the last loop was really good, so yeah, very happy with the race.
Yeah, and you lost Ebersold after the arena passage. Did you notice that?
No, because he was like pushing right through my control without punching, and I like take the control and make an angle out of it, and after that I never saw him, and I just right over the top of the hill, and then running past the downhill again, so I don't know where he makes his mistake, but he did one. Yeah.
And how about the feeling when you get to the changeover and Fossett is not there?
It's a classic Kasper Fosse bit like mystery. I don't know the English words, but yeah, I think if he sets the two first control, he will forget it, and he will be. He'll look targeted to this relay since he won his second medal, so I think he's ready for pull it through and make this day.
And you still managed to give him quite a lead. What do you think how will it shake out the last leg?
I hope he just goes solo. Of course, Hallen is really good physical, so if he punched really hard on the first long leg, maybe he will catch him, but Kasper has been in our own league in this terrain. I think maybe except of me on the middle, but so I think he likes to go on solo and just push really hard, because he can push really hard in the beginning and go clean technically as well. So I hope he will just go solo all the way.
Well, congratulations to a great leg.
Thank you.
Well, Erik Langedal Breivik, European Orienteering Champion in the middle distance, has handed over to Kasper Fosse, European Orienteering Champion in the long distance. So 2 new European champions going back to back on this third and final leg for Norway. Yeah,
That's as I thought before. He was late to the changeover, Kasper Fosse. He was not ready when Langedal Breivik came in to the finish. So they lost a few seconds, of course, not a lot of time, but it's a bit a nervous situation for Fosse when he noticed that, the other runner is there already.
Yeah, exactly. It makes things very stressful. And I think he was alluding to, was it like Jukla a couple of years ago where he left his compass and his sport ident in the toilet? So he's certainly
1 year ago.
He is certainly maybe not always got his relay changeover routine like quite ready to be prepared in time, but hey, he's done it before. He's such a pro.
Can see no problems in the beginning here for Fosse, and it doesn't seem as if the others had problems behind either. Still have Finland there. Still have Switzerland there, Sweden's there as well, and then we have the gap down to France, as it was at the changeover. I would say the gap still about the same, maybe a bit bigger even between Norway and the other 3 teams, but it's so hard to say because we don't know how much the GPS lag.
Yeah, so this is waiting at number 4, and here he is. He's here already. Kasper Fosse. See, just looking up. He's looking like he's going out for a little jog around here, but of course he's really not. He attacked the start of a course on Sunday's long distance, so he really knows how to keep the speed high and make it look really easy. That was control number 4. I've seen him there. You already mentioned, Jonas, we have the little lag on the GPS tracking. So the gap was 52 seconds. So we'll soon be seeing, hopefully, the next 2 teams through.
And Fosser's gonna have the E control at control 5. That's the one that Albin Riedefeld was missing, or did a mistake at on the second leg. Adon is gonna go to F, and Svensk is gonna go to D.
Hey. They've all got different ones.
Yeah, it's not a surprise when you have start number 1, 2, and 3. Usually you don't have the same forkings then.
Okay, here's the next team, and this is Emil Svensk. So it looks like he's caught up a place, but the other guys are exactly behind him. This is a power group here of athletes, and at this group at the moment there's 2 medals up for grabs and 3 athletes. But Svensk pushing the pace here. He's been on the podium twice at these European Champs, 6th and 4th.
As I said, they went out with 54 seconds of a disadvantage. Now it's more than a minute, 1:21, compared to Fosser.
Yeah, Fosser has started fast. We will get an intermediate time, I think, at control number 6. Wait for the next athletes through at control number 4. The changeover, it was France, and then it was Austria. France, Mathieu Perrin on the last leg for them. Trying to look down the start list to find out the Austrian team. Matthias Peter on the last leg. Here's Perrin.
Mathieu Perrin for France, punching into 5th position. He was approximately 1:44 behind. Now it's 2:26.
And live then with the GPS tracking, and it's struggling on some of these northern slopes a little bit, but looks like there was absolutely no problems for Kasper Fosser with the E control. Just take a look at the others as they head towards D and F, as you mentioned. Here's the Czech team. Thomas Krivda, you can see there. And it's becoming more and more usual that we see top teams and, even those teams kind of maybe vying for podium, their last runner, their best runner on the last leg. Do you think this is a good tactic, not just for the top teams, but maybe for those aiming for a podium spot, i.e. top 6?
Do you have the best runner on the last leg? I mean,
Yes.
That's not very uncommon. I think if you have
it
a
feels
team,
like it's becoming even more common than it used to be.
I think it has been quite common all the time. It's only the teams like the Ukraine that actually know that they, with a good race, are gonna be top 10. Maybe if everything goes wrong, a top 6. They can try to have their best runner on the first leg in order to stay within the group as long as possible. But I mean, historically, I think you always have the strongest runner on the last leg. Well, yeah, maybe if you have 3 quite almost equally strong runners and you have one that's much better in a run-in, for example, then you can go and play tactical games or try to play them. But I think if you have a clearly strongest runner, then you put him on the last leg.
So here is leader. This is Kasper Fosser just dropping down onto the track. And you can see that he's gone this southern route from 6 to 7. We're looking back on the GPS, see what other people have done.
Is going the other way
Switzerland are going
around.
to the north. Yes.
As they went on the second leg. Actually, I think they're a bit ahead of Sweden 1 now. Yeah, it's hard to say with the GPS there.
I think Finland certainly
they
made
are.
a mistake into...
No, they are ahead. Switzerland in second, 1:17 behind. Then Sweden 2:08 behind. Then we have France in fourth, 2:31 behind.
Yeah, and Mika Kimmler has made a mistake. He was far too high, I think, for control E. I'm sure we'll see how that's all gone down, because that is a big drop for Sweden, one, also a big drop for Finland, and suddenly it puts the French team in Perrin into the mix.
Yeah, that could be very interesting, especially if he would be able to spot the Swedish team. He gets to know that he is actually in the fight for the medal. It's also going to be interesting to see how this fight between Switzerland and Norway develops, because if Fosse wins any more time in this one, there are not so many chances left to win time back.
And I just remember back now to actually the interview that he gave after winning the long distance on Sunday. Even before he was asked about it, he was talking about the chances of the Norwegians on the relay and wanted to emulate the likes of, Magnus Bailey, Olaf Lundenes, and the like, who were always, big favourites when it came to our international forest relays. He really wants to build on the legacy and wants to put Norway on everybody's list of contenders for relays.
I mean, if you look at the results they had in the middle distance and in the long distance, I mean, they were by far the best team of the teams we have here in the relay. We have Skinneberg with 2 times 7 spot, Breivik winning the middle distance, then of course, 18th in the long distance, and Fosse a silver medal and the gold medal. So yeah, these are good results. For sure, they are favorites here for this relay as well.
Yes, you can see the graphic in the bottom right of your corner. That is the time differences where they punch control number 6. And Norway really the only ones to go this southern route here. Of course, it's going to be much more of an individual decision this time round, as they are much more spread out.
And now for Hadon, it's important to stay on this little terrace, pass control 10, and then start climbing after the valley and not before. Breivik, I think it was Breivik who did that on the second leg, and I think he lost time because he climbed and then dropped and climbed again. And if you just look at the distance now to the control, Norway and Switzerland, they're not too far apart from each other. Of course, Norway has been frozen, but then Norway can drop down to the control. Switzerland has to climb all the way up.
Yeah, it's about an equal distance that Norway has to drop compared to Switzerland has to climb. Oh, this is going back a little bit to the 5th control. Let's have a little look as they approach it. You can see it all together.
And you can see Kirmula following the other runners. That's what you have seen on the first and on the second leg already. This control 5 to 10 meters higher if you have D and F. So he's just overshooting the E control and has to go back.
Hard to see
It's
what
a
happened
tricky
with
one.
Sweden there, actually, though. I think again, Svensk was too high and overshot the control.
Not the best one, but very, very solid, massive lead from Kasper Fosse.
And now you can see really there, not only is Kasper Fosse much closer to the control, but he is dropping all the way into it again. So this is who's on the last leg? Joey Hadon on the slope there for Switzerland. I think we've maybe lost some of his it's kind of frozen out a little bit, but going a little bit higher, but you can see he's going a lot slower though as well.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Svensk, who I think is executing this leg pretty well, also Hadon climbed a bit too early, then he dropped down to the valley again, and now he's climbing up another time, so he has about 5 to 10 meters climbing that he does unnecessarily, but here's Fosse.
Yeah, that's control 8.
Control 8.
what was the gap at control 6? Let's have a look.
Very massive.
Well, the gap was 117 back to Joey Hadorn and then 208 to Emil Svensk.
And also Polska, Team Poland, Berlin Prima, he was changed to Kasper Kuta. So just Ireland team passing.
Not sure if is Houghton dropping down again.
But still need to break this World Cup.
I think so, but I think that's what Absol did as well.
Ferenc József on the next control.
It's quite strange.
6 kilometer, 19th place, 7 minutes 44 seconds behind.
So the gap,
Norway,
as I said, between
Barbosa,
Norway and Switzerland was 117, so that is now.
second TV leg.
And no Joey Hadorn yet.
I was doing
Control
it
eight.
the same as I think was it Riedefeld or Johansson? No, Johansson, I think, who went down into this kind of wrong valley and then up. So he dropped. You can see it there about 15 meters, and now has to reclimb it. It's of course not perfectly executed.
But as you said earlier, much better execution from Emil Svensson from Sweden here.
Second place.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Finland's about to do the same mistake.
Svensk was 2 minutes and 8 seconds behind compared to Kasper Fosser. Should be at control 8 soon.
I was going to say, we might have Kasper Fosser at control 10 before we see any of the others at control 8.
I don't think so.
No, but it's not going to be too much between them.
Here we have
Okay, here are the
Houghton,
chasers.
and here we have Svensk.
Yep,
And you
Svensk
can see it.
first.
The gap is bigger now. It's almost 2.5 minutes. Or it is. Yeah, almost 2.5.
Yeah, so Svensk has lost 21 seconds on the section between 6 and 8. Hadorn has lost even more. He's lost about 1 minute and 20, 1 minute and 18 if my maths is up to scratch. And there we go. Just a few seconds later, Fosser already at control number 10. Just alone in this forest, doing what he does best, which is leading around the last leg of a relay. We're waiting again then, back here at control number 8. We're looking for more teams. Where is Finland? We saw them make that mistake at the control
For
5 on the
France.
forking there. But yeah, France and Austria, of course. In fact, I think we'll see a big old group approaching this control very, very soon. The camera panning through the forest.
Yeah, and actually this group has lost time compared to Emil Svensk. They were about half a minute behind Swede. Now we can hear someone coming. It seems Finland, Mika Kiermula.
So Kiemala, he made the kind of similar mistake to Hadorn, dropped into the re-entrant to the west of the control and then had to kind of change direction up there. This is Perrin. Just 9 seconds later. Now we have another
It's Peter
Swede.
Beimer.
Max Peter Beimer wanting to make amends for 2 missed punches. He had the speed on Sunday, but he got them on control. And now he's ahead of Breakborn, Sweden 2.
Krifta.
Krifta jumping and flying through that control. There's some great control flow examples. See how the controls just something on their overall route, and they know exactly where they're going to go next. No problems whatsoever. Here's the leader.
Yeah, and Kasper Fosser, he went on the same route as we had Albin Riedefeld on the second leg. So he went to the east, so running there into the valley on the path. So this is going to be a good option also here for the Norwegian.
So just a reminder, Kasper Fosser out in the lead with a 2.5 minute gap. Then we have got, as you can see here, Sweden
There's
in the
Switzerland.
silver medal position. I was going to say, yes, where is Switzerland? Because Joey Hadon was in the bronze medal position. Is he still in the
There he
bronze medal
is.
position? Yeah.
Now it's going to be interesting to see if they are going to split up on this route here. It seemed as if Svensk is heading down. Yeah, both of them. He's going to go the lower option.
And that really shows you that, you know, Hadon can see Svensk ahead of him and through much of the forest, and Fosser flying down here. A recap then of the routes on the first long leg.
6 to 7. You can see that Fosser is quite much faster. It's much easier to execute. I mean, you can be quick on the northern route if you run like Svensk, but we're seeing quite many who struggled to find the fastest passage on this one, the fastest tracks. Here we have Pirmula as the fourth runner to the TV control.
Oh, and he's got company.
Yeah, and he's going on the Fosser option. Here we have Beimer and Perrin. That a little bit behind the group, and then I think it is Rikborn, should be Rikborn.
And actually, Max Verstappen was quite high up on that table in terms of the progress from control 6 to 8. Norway and Austria. Here's the leader though. Kasper Fosser at control number 11. No problems for him whatsoever.
You can see that the tail is 60 seconds, so I would say he's about 2.5 minutes ahead still.
And slightly different routes for Sweden and for Switzerland. Maybe Sweden getting a little bit more of a gap there, actually. Maybe gap growing to 30 seconds, or it was, I think it was about
9 seconds it was. Yeah, it's definitely, but you could already feel that Hadon was struggling a bit to keep the pace. I mean, he dropped 9 seconds in an area where it's basically very open and
So 10 teams passed this control number 10. First and the 10th team separated by 4.5 minutes. And a very close battle between
behind. They all followed on that same route, but they actually exited control quite poorly, Finland and Czechia. No, not Finland, Sweden 3 and France. Much better by Czechia, Sweden 2 and Norway 2. Also Austria better. So they did the climbing there, Finland and Sweden, third team, but then dropped down again. Now Krivda is back in the game again.
8 perc 33 másodperces hátrányát, tehát hamarosan ő is megérkezik majd a 3-as finish-pontra. De hát most már
don't forget, we have got a camera at control number 11. We've got a radio control at that point as well. The gap was 2:41.
And we got new controls at control 15 and 16 for this last loop. We haven't seen those yet.
No, just a little bit further up that slope.
Passing number 50 with the Belgian shirt, Antoine Park. So
So shortly we will see.
Of course, shortly
And
we're going
now-
to see Foster at 13.
And now you can see that Switzerland actually getting close up there, where we had Jonsson on that second leg, a
Yeah,
bit
needs to
high
be
up the
careful not to get
hill.
stuck.
Yeah, that's Foster on the
Yep.
way to the arena passage.
Yeah, punching the control at nearly 100 minutes of running overall for the whole team and out towards the arena itself. Going through the undergrowth. Starts the control on the cow and then through the arena. You can see teams running to cheer him on as he goes through the arena passage. Let's see if he takes on any liquid, tries to get cooled down. Yep, he does indeed. But he's got a steely look of determination on his face. He's just looking so relaxed here. And yet he is the fastest man in the terrain at the moment. And keeping it clean as well on. Hey, of course, it's not very technical, but it's sometimes when it is easy, you kind of make mistakes in stupid places, and we have seen mistakes out on this course, people overshooting controls. We saw as well Emil Svensk and Joey Hadorn, they were through at control. Which control was it? I think it was control 11. So still the game back. Same gap between Norway and Sweden, but Switzerland have dropped behind. They were 9 seconds behind. They are now just under 30 seconds behind, so 28 seconds behind. Mika Kiermel has punched that control as well into 4th place. That's control number 11, followed by Max Betterbema of Sweden 3, who is having a great run here. Mathieu Perrin also punched as well. So 432, 440, 448 is the gap. Other gaps behind Fossa, Regborn and Krivda have also punched that control within a couple of seconds each other, just 6 seconds or so off the back of Perrin. So there's still a group, that size of that group, 5 athletes kind of strung out in that one as well. And now Matthias Petter just off the back. You can see on the picture there, Austria won.
And now interesting, Foster heading up that slope into direction 15. I mean, he has a lot of time. For sure, he got to know about his advantage at the arena passage. Usually the coaches can give you a few informations there. He has to climb a little bit more, but I think this control is actually almost a bit easier than the others, because you have to climb up kind of on the highest point of the slope and follow it then.
So behind Emil Svensk, he has punched the control just up behind him on the slope, 2 minutes and 49 seconds after. No sign of Hadorn yet. So in the silver medal position, it is Team Sweden, with only a few more controls yet to go. You can see the gap there growing again, back to 250 between the two leaders. We've got a pre-warning for Hadorn. He's on his way into the arena. In fact, you can see him on the picture there, dropping behind.
Actually, I think that Fosse is doing a mistake to control 15. Overshooting the control a little bit. Now he stops.
Yeah, he's gone back. I don't think it's a big enough mistake to affect the relay overall. But maybe, I think he's found it.
Maybe it's more interesting then for the fight for the silver, because it shows us that it's not that easy to see that control.
No, it's a form line. What's it? A form line re-entrance? Yeah, really very small feature in the terrain, so could open the door. But there is, look, that gap between Sweden and Switzerland is growing at every single control, every single split time. It looks like it is growing between the two of them. Hadorn going for the double cup drinks option there, pouring both of them over his head. But he now maybe, no, he should be secure surely of the bronze. Can he capitalise if there's mistakes ahead of him? Let's recap. This is what we were just talking about. Look at that control. In the rocky section, it's a form line re-entrant. It's a small feature.
But it shows you that those cracks, they can't be very good visible, because otherwise he was exactly on the line, passing this small crack at the border of the circle. And usually you should get the control from an attack point like this, but maybe it was not very clear out in the terrain.
This is Max Petter and Mika Kirmala in 4th and 5th. Perrin there as well, Regborn there too. Again, I want to say a big shout out to Max Petter who's worked his way through this field from 10th to 4th at the moment, trying to make amends for 2 missed punches. Doesn't want to make it 3 in this competition. Bema and Kirmala, but they are 5 minutes down from Fossa. So Max Petter Mika Kirmala.
Here we can see Max Petter and Mika Kirmala together.
There's Regborn, there's Krivda, there's Perrin. A group of 3 from 6th to 8th. I hope you can hear that great support for the French team on the course, on the run through.
I think no problems for Emil Svensk at the control. You can see it there, maybe a not 100% accurate GPS, so he seems to be in direction to 16, but very soon we're going to have the European champions to the last control. Kasper Foster has punched control 17.
Yeah,
should be at the last control very soon.
There any second, if not already. The Norwegian, here he is, just coming out of the forest.
That's not him.
Oh, in fact, that isn't him. I was going to say, this is him. He's running far too slowly for it to be Kasper Fossa. He's going to be joined by his team, and Norway are going to defend their European relay title. The 3 of them started off with Eskil Schillenberg, then Erik Langudal Breivik, who kept it super clean, got a huge gap hand over to Kasper Fossa on the last leg. And for the European long distance champion, the time has grown and grown and grown. And Norway, again, are the world champions. Comfortable in the end. What a strong performance by all 3 of them. Eskil Schillenberg doing exactly what he needed to do on that first leg, just staying in with that group. Clean orienteering by Breivik to get a gap, and Fossa, I don't think he saw anyone the whole race. Here's Emil Svensk, he's worked through the field. Well, a little bit, he's climbed up from 3rd into 2nd place. Look at the GPS tracking, all looks good for those teams there, looks good. Look at Sweden bang on the line. So we can follow Team Sweden in the silver medal position. You can see lots of kind of fallen trees on the floor here. And in the punch there for Norway, looks like, I think we'd be able to tell if there are any problems there. There we go. Thumbs up, a little nod of the head. Yeah. Just to but it's good. And we'll hear from the team very, very soon as they head towards the mixed zone.
You can see no problem for Sweden. A good direction, just as I say it. He's turning direction a little bit, heading towards this crack a bit too early. But I mean, doesn't really matter. If he knows that it's a bit early, then he can just make his way and follow the cracks to the control. I think that Hadorn is heading down a bit early, actually, but maybe following the same tactical approach. But
Fossa definitely did that tactical approach. But yeah, easy work here. No sprint finish required for Emil Svensk, and it's Victor Svensk, Albin Riedefelt, and Emil Svensk to come into the running together. They're going to be the silver medalists, defending their silver medal. Emil Svensk, the only member of that team from 2 years ago, but it will be a silver medal for Sweden.
I think actually it was actually Victor Svensk in the team last year, in the second team that won the medal, not Emil.
still one member of the team in that position. And this is Team Switzerland. Joey Howdon on the last leg. Just felt him kind of dropping behind Sweden all the way through this race. But it's still a bronze medal for them. Smiles, maybe some relief on Joey Howdon's face. He can wave to the crowd. Daniel Hubman has been Aberfeld's Joey Howdon. And you know what? It's the same top three as 2 years ago in Estonia. Very, very different terrain. Still the same top three in the same order. From this team, it was only Hubman who was in the team last time.
And I mean, very decisive today. Actually, this last loop where we had Abersold, who did a mistake at control, I think it was 15.
Yeah, it was.
Because if he could have had contention with Fosse, they would have had the chance to be in the fight there, and maybe Howdon could have followed a bit longer. I don't know, he could have had the chance against Fosse, but maybe they could have been in the fight for the silver at least.
Well, there is a fight for the top 6 here and for bragging rights between these 3 teams. Here's Finland, then I think it's Max Petter for Sweden 3, then it's Sweden 2, I think Martin Regborn on the last one, but it's going to be Mika Kilmala, the bleach blonde hair, you can see in the lead there. Finland going to take home 4th place, Max Petter bringing Sweden 3 into 5th place, and Martin Regborn there in the back of the picture. That's going to give Sweden 2 6th place, and all 3 Swedish teams on the kind of extended podium are top 6.
Yeah. Actually, they are going to be. Actually, the second team and the third team are going to be deleted from the championship, so they're not going to be on the podium. So the next 2 teams actually are going to fight for the places. So Czechia is on 5th. Yeah.
Yeah, Krivda crosses the line, so it comes up as 7th there, but when it comes to the podium places, we only take the top team per nation. So Czechia will go into the 5th spot, and then could be looking for Austria. I think it's going to be France, though. As we can see in the picture, France about to come into the finish. And this should be Mathieu Perrin having run with Quentin Angier and Luca Basset.
And that's actually not the first team. Here he is.
Here he is, yeah. Mathieu Perrin will complete the top 6. Very happy to make that top 6. That'll be a big target for teams like France. So very strong work from them. Pretty happy there. 5 minutes in the end down from Norway. We've got Austria coming in towards the finish now. Matthias Peter. Janis Bonnek had a very strong second leg for them, and actually a really good team performance all around. Austria just outside of the podium into 7th place. And a lot of teams still, pretty close together. Great to see that fight for kind of 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and congratulations from the teams as well. Well, Jonas, there wasn't too many mistakes made in that relay, but the mistakes that were made were actually pretty decisive.
I mean, of course, when you have so good visibility and runnability, and then those few controls where you can make mistake, and the few controls that are made, they're going to be decisive. I think for what we can take with us from this race, when you look at the women's race later on, the first 2 controls, they didn't seem to be a problem. It's control 5, the second forking. And then maybe the route back will be something to look at as well in the women's race. But otherwise, as you said, as expected, the difference is, at the few mistakes done, but also physically.
Okay, we can move on to the women's race because that is about to start in less than 5 minutes' time. You can see the teams have already got their maps. The little bit short though, 5.6 kilometers, and we're expecting a running time of about 35 minutes still. You can see a lot of them still with water, just trying to keep calm on that start line. And have another look at the map. It's some places similar to the men, some places different. Why don't you talk us through it?
It's very similar in the beginning. It's the same first and second control. Actually, it's all the way to the first TV control that we have exactly the same as in the men's relay. As I said before, we didn't see big problems here at the first two controls. The first really crucial control is control 5, where we had seen mistakes, especially on the red option. Then we don't have the long route choice to control 7. Here it's a shorter one, either you can go to the left or to the right. 8, 9 was the TV control in the men's relay. We're gonna have a TV control again there. Then it's exactly the same route choice back to control 10. Here we had the runners, a few of them going to the right all the way around on the path, and a few going to the south. Or not to the south, as the map is in a strange direction here, but south if you have it like this here. And then also here the last loop on this hill, not exactly the same as you can see, but also here 2 forkings, no forking on the last leg then. So 2 different options, 2 different routes, and the third one will make a known one.
So the teams lining up then here. Sweden are the defending European champions. They're also the world champions. They start with number 2, Riedefeld, Lundberg and Alexanderson. But those who could challenge, I'm guessing it's mostly Switzerland and Norway. Finland again, it's the same teams as for the men's. What do you fancy of their chances?
Well, yeah, you name it. It's basically Switzerland, Sweden and Norway. What I think is interesting, I expect it to be quite a big fight on the first leg here, because we have in all of the teams here almost, you have a bit of a gap between the second best and the third best runner into the team. So you have clearly the best runners for Switzerland, Natalia Kempel and Simon Abesold on leg 2 and 3, and Ines Berchi, quite unexperienced here in the picture on leg 1. She will be competing against Johanna Riedefeld, and she will be followed by Hanna Lundberg and Tove Alexandersson, which are maybe the biggest stars in the team right now. And it's the same for Norway as well. Stave. So it's going to be a fight definitely on, and it's going to be a very important first leg between Switzerland, Sweden and Norway.
And do you think with this maybe slightly less experience amongst these first leg runners, do you think that could lead to maybe more mistakes?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a lot of pressure, for example, on Ines Berchi. It's very important for her to get into the race in a good way, that she gets the first control without any problems, and then kind of can build up a good flow, maybe find a few runners around her to follow or to run with, and then I think she can kind of calm down a little bit towards control 3 or 4, but the beginning will be crucial here.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Ines Berger, you know, she was running Junior World Champs last year. She's a first-year senior, and now to be out on this first leg in the first team. But she's earned her place there. She's earned her place there with a 6th place in the middle distance. It means the youngster is going on the first leg, and yeah, it's
very
interesting.
Very interesting as well. The Hungarian team. They actually have the same team as that one Chevok 23, so it's exactly the same team in the same order. So very young and unexperienced team, but well, let's see how good they can perform here.
Yeah, anything can happen in relays. Even if you think the course is quite easy, just the fact that it being a relay, teams running head to head, neck and neck, just throw everything into the mix. And there we go, you can see Norway, Czechia, I think, out of the start in the lead and heading into the forest. See them turning right as they head into the forest. Some teams really just trying to stay out of trouble, trying to keep calm on that run out to the start kite and trying to stay doing their own thing. We can pick them up in the drone shot, and so diffuse is the forest. We can even spot runners running through between the trees at this point. We can follow them up the slope. They head up and over the hill as they head in towards control number 1. 40 teams out there competing, a few mixed teams as well, and they make their way straight towards control number 1, a forked control at number 1, and here they go as they climb up
Switzerland is taking the lead here in Esberger. There's a runner from the men's relay still crossing that field. Switzerland in the lead. Then we have, I think it's Estonia, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's Estonia. Yep, that's Joanna Riedefeld.
We have Norway, not the first team.
And like the men's really kind of spread in breadth here, where it tends to be much darker, much greener. You'll see people going one behind each other, but here there's lots of good routes to actually go through the forest. You're not really having to spot like good kind of tracks through the forest, good sections of low undergrowth or higher trees or anything like that. A lot of the teams staying, as you can see there, more on the straight line compared to the men's as they head into this control. Norway, see they've got the C control. It seems like a good idea.
I would say that
line.
The men's actually did quite equal here, and then they started to drop down a little bit to the north. So on the way down, they tried to get to the border of the green area where the letter A is located. And now, of course, after we had already 3 legs in the men's relay, it's going to be tracked up a little bit through the green here.
Together with Tim Robertson and Rudolf Zernis behind, so Matti
will at some point in this women's relay break off to hear the thoughts of the winning team, of the Norwegian team. The men's race was a little bit longer than we thought it was going to be. 3 minutes of running now for the women. Not yet at the first control. You can see the different routes, different options that they've all got.
Yeah, so Switzerland has B, Sweden has A, Norway has C, Finland A, Czechia C, and France has C as well.
And all these controls really on very, very distinct features. There should be no danger of messing them up, she says.
Also, he has been on the first leg for Latvian team, bringing Latvia into the lead. Not this time Rudolf was running the last leg.
I can see that Norway is in a good way. Switzerland seems to be in a good way as well. Hungary on the way to the right control, so is Sweden. Can't spot any problems here so far for any of the teams.
And here they are on this open section between controls 1 and 2, going the 2 different ways around the tower.
Yeah, that's a micro route chase. They're going to get together again before they enter the forest. There is a forking also at the second control. So that forking kind of continues.
Yeah, they're on the same option that they had for the first control. And again, still very, very close together between all of these teams, all in a line, all in one big group. As we look at this aerial shot over this picture, they're now gone into that terrain, that hill in the top left of your screen, and on their way to this second control. Is there some sort of advantage you think in having B here, the first control of all of these, and it's lower
was just
down?
thinking about it. I mean, yeah, definitely. If you have the B control at the second control, then it's the shortest one. But you had to wait the longest at the first control, so it was the most nervous control at control 1, and then it's the easiest at control 2. So I think actually, if I would choose, I would like to have the A option over this too, because you have the first control at the first control, and then you have quite the similar, quite an equal control as B at the second one. So just for my nerves, I would pick A here. And you also have the path for A. It's like you can run to the path, and then it will lead you all the way to the control. Even though, I mean, C and A, B, they're not far from the path either, but yeah, the path are just beside.
So Estonia doing very, very well here with this B controls. Obviously the first one there, that's Eveli Karsaku on the first leg for Estonia. She took a podium spot on Sunday's long distance race. So strong work from her, and she's kind of run off the front here.
Yeah, it's hard to say with the GPS devices and the points there, but we're gonna get them to the fourth control very soon. Now they are climbing towards control 3. Not exactly with the leaders, I guess.
No, this looks like Maëlle Beauvais, I think, from France here in the shots. She just scouts up, checking the map, checking the compass direction, really looking ahead. And it's so important to keep looking up, keep looking into the terrain when it's so open, so diffuse like this.
I wonder if it is
Munition.
Switzerland first team there, actually.
Well, we'll hopefully find out very, very soon as we get the actual confirmation as they punch control 4 and see them through at that point. And off to the second set of forkings. This control number 5 has proved very tricky. I think also maybe as well with it being in that section of undergrowth, you can see the undergrowth screen maybe adding a difficulty.
But very soon we should get the runners to the fourth control. It seems still as if Karsaku is in the lead. Estonia, we can see that Sweden first team just behind.
Let's have a look. This is Sweden.
Yeah, heavy defense.
And Czechia.
Probably we're gonna see Karsaku first. Here's Switzerland.
Ines Berger.
Sweden, but not the first team.
No, that's their third team. That's Alma
Svennerud.
Oh no, it's a mixed team.
Yeah.
And she's a junior, competed at this year's Junior World Championship. There is the Estonian and the Czech team, and another that's Jonna Riedefeld. That's Sweden 1. Finland 3.
Denmark. Miri Tranøgel. Hungary, Czechia.
Switzerland in there, but I think that's maybe their third team.
Was that Norway, the first team? Yeah. No. I think I could spot Camilla Staver there. Not 100% sure. But a bit behind. Yeah, 35 seconds behind Camilla Staver. In the 19th position.
Now there are the French teams, Belgian team. Marine Cillian for them. Juliette Basset, France number 2. So it was Alma Svennerud for the mixed team through there first, and then I don't think the result system says it's Paula Gross for Switzerland 1,
but she's replaced. She's replaced by
Yeah.
Ines Berger. So she's not. Paula Gross is not running due to the injury she got at the middle distance. But let's focus on this control here because we know that the E option seemed to be the difficult one for the runners in the men's relay. And we have Switzerland with E. We also have Czechia with E. We can
Well,
see that
Estonia's got there no
Estonia
problem.
perfectly. We know that Switzerland was actually slightly ahead of Estonia at control 4.
This is the goal
So
for
Czechia
everyone,
heading down
but
there.
it's impossible
Can't
to
spot
win in group
the
on the first leg.
Swiss team though yet.
Staying
Yeah,
in the
now they
leading group, that
seem
is
to be on the
the
right way as well.
and Bogdan Katsako, Hungary is still with the leading group.
Can't see any of the teams that turned back yet.
Still a point for the women's relay race. Still several teams for the men to reach the finish. So those teams will finish on 25th place.
No, it looks like they've all taken this control so far much better than the men. Although to be fair, we saw a lot more, maybe more of the decisive mistakes later on.
Yeah, I think in the first leg it was quite good. I mean, there are quite many runners together still. On the first leg, you can see when they go to a different direction, so maybe it's easier on the first leg, but here still.
I think.
For the mixed team, that's the first time we actually see this control. And basically for the competition, doesn't matter at all if this team here is in front. Here's Switzerland, still very good. Ines Berger doing a great job here so far. Then we have Kasiku, I think it is, and then Finland, Czechia. So let's see where we have Norway. There's Sweden, first team.
Denmark. Hungary.
Ah, that's a pity.
Yeah,
I'd like
great
to stay there.
See Norway.
Seems that all of the teams climb up the hill and then they're gonna follow on the top on the yellow bit towards control 7. Actually now Svennerud changing direction a little bit.
And obviously this is where the course really differs when we compare it to the men's course here.
Yeah, it's much shorter at this point. We're basically going straight back to the third TV control. So now we have actually two approaches here. We can see that few teams, like the teams in the picture, they stay in the yellow bit on top of the hill. Svennerud went a little bit more to the right. She's on the other side of that hill. It's going to end up a bit more in the green part of the forest. Try to see, we have Camilla Staver 47 seconds behind at that control 6.
Yeah, just behind Denmark, so kind of around 56th place.
Yeah, but behind Denmark's second team.
That's what we were just kind of trying to explain to you then, the differences in routes. We actually don't have Svennerud on the picture there.
Yeah, but actually now it looks as if the route run by Ines Berger is quicker. She has a lot of confidence here in the very start. Looks really good.
And what advice do you think she'll have been given by her coaches, maybe by the other teammates, as she
actually
starts this relay?
I think the advice was to not go into the lead and to not try to break away from the beginning. But yeah, you can see what happens. She goes very well here. on the first legs. And of course, I mean, she probably, I mean, she takes her forkings as she should, and suddenly she's up there. And then if you have the confidence, you got your first controls as you should, there's no need to break down just because everyone else tried to calm you down before the start and told you to not risk anything. As long as she's not really risking anything, overpacing or taking unnecessary risk, that's still fine. I mean, it's okay to be in the lead.
Yeah, and she really needs to do her own race as well. I'm sure that's the advice she'll have been given. You see Norway dropping down quite much to the west there, and actually you don't see on the picture mix 4, which is Alma Svennerud, who went even more to the west. Dropped down quite low in the valley in the re-entrant when she hit the path. But the athletes punching there.
Turned a bit too early. Not sure if you could see Camilla Staver coming, or if it was another Norwegian team.
German team finish, and Croatians are going for the last loop together with Japanese.
And then this control, as long as you've got to drop a little bit of height. Well, it's a fairly significant amount of height. This control is fairly simple as well, really.
But I think the tactics here should be to stay on the height in the beginning, count the valleys, then take the spur, so the third spur or second spur, depending on how you count, and then follow it down to the control. So stay a little bit too high until you get to the spur, and then drop down into the control.
Easy peasy. Let's watch them do it. Let's see what they can do. As we see the GPS trackers just kind of catch up a little bit here. So it looks like Switzerland 1, sorry, I think has actually now got a bit more of a gap. And
but she's dropping
mixed 1 as well.
Dangerously low. She's not allowed to drop anything more. Of course, it can be a bit of difference in the GPS, in the accuracy. That's not the leaders, I guess. This was Ida Agervik Kristiansson. Here we have Camilla Staver. It's as if Switzerland's in the lead still. So soon to come to the TV control. Here we have them. Actually, you have Svennerud here as well. Missing that control a little bit. Two very, very young runners here in the leads.
Yeah, really great to see the confidence from both of them. And I'm sure they'll be familiar of competing against each other on this. And they have a gap. Here are the chasers, though. This looks like Karsaku for Estonia, France, Sweden as well.
Probably the most important team here in this group. Then behind there, Guril Rønningsund, so that's not the first Norwegian team.
No,
Hungary.
You can still watch out for the first Norwegian team.
Here she is.
Switzerland, there she is. Switzerland and Denmark haven't gone through ahead. Staver back in 14th, 40 seconds down. Mia Nittinen of Finland 1, also that's quite interesting to see. 53 seconds back. So 21 teams, 1 minute. There's Italy.
There's Croatia from the men's relay. I think it seems as if all the teams so far went to this right option. Let's call it the Glebo-Fosser option. Now they're splitting up, are they? Hard to say where they are at the moment.
So we're behind Berger now on the track. You can see the others chasing behind the Forest here. Just reached the track. We've gone east a little bit and a little bit north out of the control. And now the others joining the track. There's Karsku and Riedefeld. And one of the Norwegian teams, there's Beauvais from France. Hungary, remember they had the same team that won Jaywalk last year, Junior World Champs.
Did Svenderud go to the right there?
Yes, I think she crossed the track and has now dropped back on it.
Okay.
Maybe she thought she was... Oh, I don't even know where she thought she was.
Yeah. No, they're still together anyway, Switzerland and this mixed team, let's say 20 seconds ahead of the others. You can see it here. So you have this mixed team together with Switzerland. And you can see Great Britain going on a straight option. Probably not the quickest one.
No, the only one in that group as well, that's Jo Shepherd. And actually, she looks like she's kind of diverting around left now. So I wonder if she'll now pick up that path to the west and go all the way around
exactly the mistake. I think we had a few of the runners did that in the men's last leg.
Look at that big pack there. Hungary, Norway in the picture. That's Norway too, Joel Runningsund. These are our two leaders, Ines Berger and Alma Svennerud from a mixed team.
And you can see that the others, they can't spot them right now. Or I couldn't spot the others at least.
No, I think they're just gone around the corner. We're not too far behind. Looks like Finland 3, France, Sweden, Hungary, Czechia all chasing. As we lose the picture, you can see they're still dropping down this track, and then we'll go towards the right of the top of the hill to find number 10. And we have a camera at that point, we should be able to catch them, have a look at the gap as they head back towards the arena. 23 minutes of running so far.
Actually, we haven't seen anyone in the men's race who did a mistake when they came from this option to control 10. We saw a few mistakes from the other option, especially I think it was Isak Jonsson, who was too far up the hill, ending up in the green.
We have to wait for the next slate. It is control number 10, right after the long leg.
You can see they're dropping down the slope now, dropping down towards this point. This is control number 10. Both of them coming quite from, I was going to say both of them, I think one of them's the running camera. Ines Berger taking the direct line at that point. And dropping down the slope on the way to the 11th control. There's the forking at this point.
Actually, they're going to have the same option at the forking. Now they're hesitating here.
They are
chaser
hesitating.
Teams. I could see when they spotted the control.
How many eyes looking for that control? At least 10 eyes looking for that control just at that point there. But it is Finland 3.
And here we have Sweden, the first team. Let's see where we have Norway, that's the second team. Still a good race for Hungary. Here we have the first team of Norway, Camilla Stave.
Maintaining that gap towards the leaders overall. Finland 1, also a similar gap. Oksanen in for Finland 2.
So both Switzerland and the mixed team with Sven Ruth, they have the K control.
Hungary is very close to the medals in terms of seconds.
Maybe a bit of an advantage if you have the K, because you have a bit more time to relocate after you get out of the green again. The J control is immediately after the green, but at the same time, I think the contours are quite clear at that point. We haven't seen any mistakes at that control either in the men's race.
Hamarosan a hölgyek megérkeznek a pre-warningra, ami az átfutása előtti.
Plain sailing so far for these two leaders. Then one more control and we'll see them at the arena. And on this first leg where many of the teams have their weakest runner, it's two of the young athletes showing the way, leading the way around this relay.
Obviously, they're not that weak. It's mostly that they are unexperienced.
Well, it's all relative.
Yeah, I mean, Especially has a 6th place. But if you compare it to Gempele and Abisol, who have a medal both. So,
no, but I'm thinking more about the other, the teams in general. When you also have, Johanna Riedefeld has much, is not quite in the same ballpark as Hanna Lundberg, and certainly not as Tove Alexanderson and Mia Nittinen maybe as well for the Finnish team, and other teams in general. It gives us a space for
of course,
some
and I mean
some other runners to stand out actually.
And we were talking about that in the men's relay as well. I mean, you want to have the strongest runner on the last leg, so yeah, naturally you have the runner that can maybe have biggest advantage of the runners around on the first leg, and the two runners that individually run the best on the second and third. Still very good. Looks still good for Switzerland and the mixed team, even though I can't see the GPS yet, but it's quite impressive that they can keep this 20-30 seconds gap all the way so far. They have been running like this for like 20 minutes.
Yep, here's the control. Sven Ruud punching at first, Berger in second. They're a good pair here, working through this. Maybe they took a slightly slower line than some of the others. Yes, I think the others are catching back up, I think.
It's a man.
No, that's one of the men.
Yeah,
now
they're coming. That's Riedefeld. Then Kasiku. Then I think is it Hungary or Denmark?
It's Denmark. Then France. Then Finland, Norway.
And now we have
Staver in a much better position.
Staver was able to win back 20 seconds from TV3 to the pre-warning here.
Yeah, I think the two athletes in the lead, they went a bit right of the line, maybe unnecessarily, and lost a bit of time there. Maybe some hesitations or fatigue setting in. They need to know they just need to keep doing their job.
And now we have actually the control that we had more struggles on M for Ines Berger. So she gets all the controls the men struggled at on the first leg here.
A lot of the athletes taking on water here, taking on liquid, mixing on electrolytes as well. Keeping cool, it's the mid-30s. Very, very hot weather here, and even though they've only got a very short section left, maybe 6-7 minutes of running, 6 minutes of running, they really want to keep hydrated, they want to keep cool as well. 17 teams
The
through.
best 17 team relays are within 1 minute.
So back into the forest for the second loop.
And then from the third place to the 30s, it's just 19 seconds.
Oxenen here, Finland 2.
You can see still a small gap between Svenderud and Berger, and then another gap. Not big anymore. But for Berger, it's now just important to get back with the leading teams if possible. She doesn't have to win that leg. She doesn't have to have a gap either. Just to get this M control without any bigger problems.
Yeah, all the teams approaching. Yeah, these two very tricky control. Well, one very tricky control. One of them we know a lot of them have managed to get no problem. L, but M is the tricky one. Let's have a look. This is the live GPS tracking.
And for her, it's now a bit unlucky that she has Svenderud in front of her, because she will definitely pass Control L as well. Then she has to take a few seconds to relocate and take direction from that green. I hope that you can see that in the forest. But you see many of the men going a bit too far southeast or east from Control L to M.
Yeah, Berger might be able to do that, but you've got to, when you get to L, you've really got to try and identify where that feature actually is on the map, and then take that change of direction and then change it up from there. And you know, if you were directly on the line to M, you shouldn't hit any features before you get to the control. So knowing that you've hit something means you've got to change direction. And actually, I think these two runners are probably just about doing that. Here we go.
Ah, they both have M. Not sure if they have it. I'm not sure if Svenderud has it. Probably now. I think they got it. She's gonna turn just a little bit. See it here. But I think they're passed now. They're being passed by Sweden and Norway. But as I said before, it doesn't matter. For the Swiss team, it's actually really good that they had this M control on the first leg. Now they have the easier one on the second leg. They also have the easier one at control 5. So it was a bit unlucky for them that the most unexperienced runner got this control, but she did her job so well that it turned out to be an advantage now.
So the athletes waiting then here at the changeover. No problems of hopefully being able to see your runner next up. We know all the teams are on their way down the slope.
And Sweden.
So yeah, you can see definitely some mistakes for Switzerland on the M control. If you look back at the tracking, pushed her back by loads though. Now it looks like Riedefeld in the lead. But some of the GPS tracking is a bit slow, a bit. In fact, actually, because I think Berger is actually still up there. Well, who knows who's going to come out of the forest first? Because now it's all about this sprint finish. And there's Riedefeld on the rider picture. Svennerud is next, just climbing over that log there. I think, if I can recognise my elite orienteers well enough.
Yeah,
and we've got maybe Norway up there as well. Oh, but they're all hesitating.
They couldn't spot the control yet.
Oh, here they are. Here they are. Here's Svennerud, I think. She's spotting it first. Then Riedefeld. So it's still the junior on the mixed team out in the lead. Is she going to do the changeover first? She's going to go to the last
Denmark,
control.
Switzerland, Estonia, Norway, France, Finland, Czechia, Hungary, and then another Norwegian team.
Oh, amazing work there from all of these athletes here. It's kind of got all switched up on the M control, and I tell you what, Finland 2 and Switzerland 3 still haven't found it. Let's see who's going to change over the lead. It is going to be the junior here. Look at the gap she's managed to pull over her compatriot, and the mixed team are going to change over first. Alma Svennerud, remember the name, because this is a fantastic run from the junior in this mixed team. She's going to hand over in the lead ahead of Sweden #1. Crossing the line here, there's her teammates ready and waiting, ready to go, handing over to the Australian. Then you can see Hannah Lundberg about to go up next for Sweden. Denmark finishing quickly, Estonia there too, France, Switzerland 1, Norway 1. Camilla Saver back in the leading pack. She was 50 seconds behind at one point, but it doesn't matter. She's handed over in that leading pack, and it's a leading pack of, well, I was going to say leading pack of 10. It's maybe more like a leading pack of 13. Switzerland 2, Norway 2, Sweden 2, together as a group of 3. Here they go, handing over at this point. Here's the Danish team.
Second Danish team.
Christensen, handing over to Eva Unhagen Jorgensen. And you can see that mixed team, Sweden, Austria and Belgium in that leading point. Very exciting last part of that race. And still, as in the men's race, all the contenders in the same group. Let's see exactly what happened then to Ines Berger.
Yeah, you can see they both, Svennerud and Berger, got to the L control. Actually, they did quite a decent job relocating, I think. We have seen men who struggle more on this M control, but you can see that they lost about 30 seconds. Then they turned up speed in the downhill, and overall I would say she did her job perfectly. That's a very good position for the Swiss team. 13 seconds behind, she is 8 seconds behind the first Swedish team, and now it's really a fight between Gemperle, Abersold and Lundberg Alexandersson. If you look at the favorites, but of course with so many teams within a minute, so everything's still open also for the other teams.
A couple more teams through Czechia, that mixed team, and then we can now focus then on the second leg runners, and this is where we really start to get, well, you know, we've got runners in this category. Natalia Gemperle, silver medalist from the middle distance. Hannah Lundberg, fantastic. 2 top 10s for her. Maria Lausson, 2 7th places for her. And yeah, this could be very, very exciting. They're all incredibly close, and will they stay this close? Will Control 5 play a problem again, as it did on the men's relay?
I think the first really interesting control will be Control 5, but till we're there, I think we're gonna hear from Johanna Riedefeld a little bit.
I'm standing here with Johanna Riedefeld that came in first on the first leg in the women's relay. You caught up on the last loop. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they made a mistake, and I was just reading my map and going to my control. So, I just focused on my own there.
Yeah, what has your game plan been for this first leg?
Since I'm in Swedish first team, I've been pretty nervous, and I just wanted to make a stable race, not make any big mistakes, and yeah, the goal was not to be like first to the finish or having a big lead, but just making it stable. And
you have quite some good runners coming after you. What has the talk been within the team? What has been the main tactic?
Well, I think that our strength is to make our own races and run good technically, and then we're so good physically, so that it's enough to just make it a clean race. So that's been the tactics.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, the first place of the national teams then is Sweden at the changeover, followed by Denmark. And you can see an equally good start then by Hannah Lundberg, and also you can see by Natalia Gemperle there for Switzerland. The French team also doing pretty good as well. Don't forget the Danish team was right up there too. And now we can see them. They've just punched control number 1, emerging onto this flat section, this open section. We'll try and
Looking for
spot the runners
Norway.
through here.
Where are the other teams? I mean, there shouldn't be just 2 teams of them. Here we have a few more. I think there's Norway. Might be Finland. France, it's really hard to say.
Yeah, a lot of the teams look like they've got a bit stuck in the GPS tracking, so we're looking at that. It's really not helping us try and spot
I try
out the
actually to
athletes for
see
you.
the colors of the
Yeah.
shorts here. Yeah, but it's hard to.
They all just look white and a bit of a colour.
Yeah. And not all of them. The French one's quite easy. Not so many dark colors here. Here we are behind Andreas Svensson on this open field, very soon to enter the forest again towards control 2, towards the second part of this forking. You can see there, I think this was an Australian jersey, so this is gonna be, should be the runner taking over from Svenderud in the mixed team.
Yep, Emily Sørensen. But Andreas Svensson was in 13th place and 30 seconds behind when she did the exchange.
You can see no problem for Gempele. The Hungarian team still up there. We mentioned that, a very interesting team as well.
Yeah, exactly the same team that won the Junior World Champs last year in Romania. The same athletes in the same order. So they're clearly a trio who know each other very well.
And I mean, we just witnessed what juniors can do in a relay like this, so they don't have to hide.
This is the Estonian, Sigrid Ruhl. Again, kind of like the Ukrainian team, so the Estonian team will have put their best runner on the first leg in Evely Karsku. This is a replay.
I was looking for the Norwegian team. Actually, when we were following the drone shot, so no problem for Sweden, no problem for Switzerland. Yeah, she's overshooting the control a little bit. Then had to go back. It's not a very big mistake, but it is a mistake by Marie Olausen, maybe 20 seconds. Yeah, now it's actually that's not Gempele. That must be
no
second team.
Sanna Hotz.
Yeah. Very soon, I guess, we should see the first runners at the TV control.
Yeah, waiting at this TV control now. Number 4, this is Natalia Gempele.
And there is Hanna Lundberg. Don't see her anywhere. Here we have Gempele. Let's see how big the gap is.
Staying quite long on Gempele. No.
I think I can hear.
Just about here to her.
Here she is.
She is.
But it's a gap. It's around 15 seconds, I would say.
And this is exactly what Natalia Gempele will want to do for the Swiss team. You have Ines Berger wanting a nice stable race. Natalia Gempele will be thinking about getting a gap. You're right, it is Hungary. this is Victoria Marg.
So the
On
gap
the
was
second.
26 seconds. Here we have 31 seconds to Victoria Mag.
This is Maria Larsen.
Should be around 45 seconds. It is 45.
Here's the
We
French
have
team, Florence
France,
Denoe.
Denmark,
And the Danish,
and Finland.
Annika Simonsen.
Sabina Aumu for the third team from Finland.
I was going to say, that's Maya Siinoja there. Punching the control for the first team from Finland. And that is the Czech second team, Jana Petrova. Next up, this tricky fifth control with...
Yeah, now it's actually
Hawkins, as you can see here.
Lundberg who has to go to Evie. You can see it, Gempele has D. Hungary, the F control, Denmark D as well. So it's only Lundberg of those first teams here going to E. Also Norway's F. And Lundberg still a bit too high. She has to drop down now. There is a small risk. Yeah, but now she's dropping. Very good. Will execute it. She waited until she gets the stone and the crack there. And then she dropped down to the control. I don't think Gempele has gotten the control though. She's a bit high in the slope. She has to go back.
And she's going back.
Yeah. That opens up for Hungary, having F. Now I think that Gempele has the control, but she lost the lead.
Yeah, what will that? How will the reaction be in the arena with Hungary in the lead? I think we do have a I know from our special GPS link that we have a running camera operator waiting at control number 6. We'll see who is there first and whether it's Hungary, because the home nation with the team that won the relay at the Junior World Championships could be in the lead.
But only because we have a camera operator there doesn't mean that the signal is working. So we still don't know if we're going to see them.
Yeah, can't promise that you're going to see them.
So after a small mistake of Natalia Gemperman, if you can trust the GPS signal, maybe Victoria Mag in the lead. Very shortly see.
Obviously approaching control number 6 here.
Very shortly see the next.
Yeah, and definitely now it looks as if Victoria Mag is in the leads.
Here she is. Yes, she is indeed. There we go. Victoria Mag in the lead for Hungary. And look at that. She's got a small gap here. Here's Gempele on the left. And Olausson. 14 seconds. 14 seconds is a decent margin. Here's Norway 1. So that was the mistake then. Maybe half a minute mistake. Well, at least half a minute mistake from Gempele. Maybe 45 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Mag was half a minute behind, so it's quite exactly 45 seconds.
Oh, hang on. What's happened to Sweden 1?
Yeah, where's Sweden?
Sweden.
Yes, she stopped.
Oh my gosh.
No, she didn't find the D control.
I thought she got the control.
The thing is, she exited it as if she got it, but she might have just continued to the next control. And then she went back. I don't know if she had found... Yeah, now she has found it. Now she's on the way. But she lost about 2 minutes there, I would say. Yeah, let's keep... It might be in 1 minute and 15 seconds since we had Victoria Mag at the control. We now also have the punch from Anauer, Aumu, Lundenes and Sianoja. And now Simonsen for Denmark and Petrova for Czechia.
This is what we were talking about.
So it looked, I mean, I said it was perfectly executed because she was there at the control. And then she exited the control as well to the next one. But she must have noticed here that she's not going to find the control in that direction and went back.
That's so strange.
She still hasn't punched at control 6. Now we have her there, 153 behind.
So yeah, 2 minutes, pretty much 2 minutes, because she was ahead of the Hungarians.
A bit more, I think, because Gempele did a mistake as well. Yeah, approximately 2 minutes, maybe a bit more.
So behind Gempele here, of course, we kind of lost the Hungarian GPS on the slope here on the way to control 7. The next time check will come from 8. But I do think the Hungarian's still in the lead. Yep, there we go. The GPS kicks back in on the top of this hill.
Now it's a chance here for the teams to actually get away from Sweden. You can also see that Sweden is going on a different route, not climbing up the hill. It looks as if she is going to that open area. I mean white area.
Open forest.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost open area when you look at it.
She's not aware that she is in the lead. Yeah, she is very focused. So mentally and physically, I think she is now very, very together. So we will see what she can do on home soil. You remember when the last time
So just about to cross this track, no problems here.
Interesting is gonna be if it's if those 3 teams can get away of the others.
Two-time world champion. She was presenting flowers on a Saturday and Sunday when she had a free day, but now she works and cannot be present, unfortunately, during this relay. I guess the crowd will get crazy when Victoria will pass in the leading position here. And Hannah Lundberg, we can see taking an absolutely different route choice than
So the 2 athletes both punching this control number 7.
So maybe further
I mean, actually, I don't think it's a very bad option for Lundberg. She can save a few meters climbing, should be runnability should be good at this point. Of course, she has to do a few meters more distance, but I don't think she will lose a lot of time if she's
Yeah,
losing
she can
time.
also switch off a bit more and just do her own thing, especially if you're a little bit more alone in the forest.
And especially when you think about the fact that she just did a mistake before that, it might be good to have a bit of time to refocus. The tail, 1 minute, so I'd say it's still about 2 minutes, but not more. You can also see that Switzerland staying a bit higher up in the slope compared to Hungary.
And very good 2 athletes, Natalia Gempele and Victoria Mack, both very athletic. So we will see shortly. And Norway is also catching up with...
See the 2 on the slope there. GPS trackers haven't been super accurate, so really it should be when we see these 2 here at this, I think it's the 9th control actually, where we will see them punch. Get the split.
So it's quite a big difference at the age, 13 years separating Bond and Gempele. Yes, Victoria just aged up to...
No problems, as it seems, for Hungary and Switzerland. Still Norway just a few seconds behind. And then another 30 seconds to France, maybe. Here's Gempele. There we have Victoria Mag.
So Gempele back into the lead. This is the 9th control. And then we see
Looking back a
they
little
both
bit.
looked at their... Oh yes, not punch the control yet. Sorry, just getting a bit ahead of myself. There we go. There is Gempele and then Victoria March. And we'll see what happens. Here's Norway. This is Maria
We go on the
Larsen.
lower routes.
Yes, if you've left the control in that direction you expect they're going to do that lower route. Okay, we know there's a pretty big gap now to the next runners. How big is it going to be? And will these three kind of run away from the rest of the field? The gap
And,
is growing.
Most interestingly, maybe, is the gap compared to Hanna Lundberg growing. It was 153 at control 6.
Looks like Ingrid Lundenes. Norway 2. Also got Denmark.
Denmark, Finland.
This looks like Senoya.
France with Anauer. And now you can see Lundenes going Lundenes going on other route choice. She's going to the right. All of this group going to the right, so different route choices by the leaders and this chasing group. And here's Lundberg. She was quick here.
Yeah, she has caught up here.
You can see how hard she's pushing. Also going on the lower route.
So 3 different groups. The first 2 going on the lower route, then a big old group all going on the higher route. Now all these groups going on the lower route again. This is how it looks on the tracking.
And that's perfect to build up some excitement if they all go on different routes.
Yeah, it does look like from the men's race, the higher route was quicker.
Yeah, but I mean, they executed, they exited control quite well. Switzerland and Norway and Hungary, they went down on the path and then cut over on the other path. They didn't do unnecessary climbing on this one. And we could actually see in the men's race that the fastest option was when they went straight to the east and taking the path all around that small valley re-entrant.
Lundberg takes the same choice as
Oh, and Lundberg sticks much longer on this path.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter if she goes over to the small path soon, then it doesn't really matter. You have also the possibility to stay on that smaller path then later on and cut over to where Switzerland is at the moment. So if they're running on this path here, they have a bigger path, maybe they can run a little bit quicker.
See,
I think
Hungary
it's
now
better.
has gone into the green actually here, cutting the corner, staying quite
that's,
high.
I think that's GPS. Oh no, she's actually going up there. Is she really?
I think so.
So they're taking that path and going more straight. I don't think we have seen that before. Everyone else was kind of rounding the hill.
Yeah.
They're going to go over the hill. So going towards the other route now from here. And Sweden really is going all the way around. I don't think that's the best option. Then I prefer what Denmark's doing. But yeah, but you shouldn't go. It's too late as well. You have to do it like Czechia and Finland 3, or like Switzerland, Hungary. But then I would actually keep on rounding and not go back to the route where we have them now.
It feels like Hanna Lundberg's trying to do some extreme things to try and get back on the group, taking some risks now to get back. Does she really?
Not really taking risks. I would say she tries to avoid any risks and doesn't want to take like. She wants to run quick and not have to do a lot of orienteering at the moment.
Yeah, but also surely this is a big route choice risk. Look how far she is off the red line.
That's the way the local crowd wanted this relay to go on.
Honestly, I don't think she's going to lose that much time than Norway because they don't execute it that well either.
Well, the gap was 1:30, wasn't it? And we'll see at I think we get a time check at the 10th control, so we will be able to answer the question.
So she was together with Czechia and Denmark. So we can compare as well with the Czech second team. I don't think she's so much behind that one. Yeah, I mean, it's okay, but it's hard to say. In my opinion, if you go to the left, you can go all the way around. Then you don't have to. I mean, the runnability in the slopes is so incredibly good. But here we have Gampele and no one else so far.
Yeah, it looks like she's managed to get a small gap, maybe climbing back up on this hill and dropping down the other side. Here's the next two. This is Marg and
Oh, she's doing a mistake here.
Oh, ouch. Most important thing, don't forget to punch the control. I think she looks okay there. Okay, we follow Thing then in second and third place.
It's interesting also if you look behind, no one is really executing that leg as almost everyone before was executing it. Everyone went a bit on another route compared to all the 4 legs we have seen before. Yeah.
And there's now runners approaching this 10th control behind these two who've already seen gone through it at like pretty much every direction possible. Here's the first one. This is Finland 1. This is this is Maja Sienoja. And looks like Ingrid Lundenes as well.
So they had, the gap is still the same, I would say.
And the gap, so we're looking to the right to see Lundberg. Then this is Anae from France, 126. This is Denmark, Jørgensen. I think she's in the first team.
And now she lost about 12 seconds when she went to the right compared to Gampele. Here's Lundberg.
And yes, I think Lundberg, she dropped too low, rounding the hill, and has had to climb not loads, but a bit, and she's lost 22 seconds.
Yeah, but oh, she didn't lose that much. She lost 16 seconds, right?
Oh, I thought she was she was behind by 130. Oh, 136. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, 16 or 20 seconds doesn't make a very big difference.
Simonsen there. More athletes coming from the right. Switzerland 2. This is Finland, though. We've also Switzerland 2 is there, I think. We've also
Finland
got Sweden 2. Almo and Hotz. Here's Olausson.
Yeah, now on the way to 12th control, so the last one before the arena passage.
Some of these more green sections, good to see exactly what they look like. See those trees just a bit closer together. And back into the white. Down and up on the re-entrance.
Switzerland, Norway, and Hungary. That's the positions in top 3 so far.
So just number 12, then the arena passage and this last section on this hill.
And the last time we're going to see that forking on the hill. We're going to have Switzerland with L, Lundberg with M, Olausson with M, Hungary with M.
So the 2 leaders through at control 12. Hungary a little bit behind now. Victoria Marg just dropping back on the speed of the others. And now running through the terrain out towards the arena passage. So this is the current bronze medal team. And here's the leader, Natalie Gempela, followed closely by Norway and Maria Laursen at the control before the arena passage. They're on their way to the last loop of this course on the second leg of 3 on this women's relay here in Hungary at these European Championships. 1, 2 and 3 all in the picture here, and loads of home support going to be here for Victoria Marg. This is second place, Maria Laursen from Norway. And lots of excitement in this arena for the home runner. Victoria Marg has a day walk relay title from last year. She's going to hand over to another member of that team, Rita Maramurosi, a big hero from those Junior World Championships in Romania last year. Here is Ingrid Lundenes. This is the 5th place team. It looks like Maja Sienoja in Finland in the 4th position at the moment. And then another gap. We've got Sweden 1 trying to chase. And of course, whenever we're thinking about the approach to the third leg, the last few meters, last few kilometers before the third leg of a women's relay, we've got to think about the gap back to Tove Alexandersson, how much of a gap she can claw back on the others. It's going to be very, very interesting. There's Sienoja trying to keep cool here in the 30-something degrees. I think we've got rain on the way though for this arena. Would bring the temperature down to
142 behind now. And then still very strong race for the second Danish team with Jørgensen. Interesting now, the 3 runners in the lead climbing up to that forking, to that last forking on the second leg.
Here she is, 142 is the gap to Gempela. So that will be Gempela handing over to Abersold, Lundberg handing over to Alexandersson. Hanoi in the picture, going back into the terrain for the last time on these European Championships. There's Lundberg there. You can see she's gone ahead of the Dane and the French athlete.
And now she has to be careful, Hanna Lundberg. She is pushing really hard in this section. We've seen that before, and now she has this tricky control M. I think Gempela is in a good way in order to get her control. Punching right now. And behind her, Norway and Hungary, they have to go to the other control, to the trickier one.
All of the action taking place on that hill that you can see. This is how they stack up. Norway, so Switzerland has L, easy peasy for them. Norway and Hungary both with M. Sweden
you
with
can see
M.
behind, exactly, that's going to be interesting because Finland inside for Hanna Lundberg is going to go to L as well. And see perfect direction there for Maria Laursen. But Victoria Marg seems to be too low, so no problems for Olausson. But Marg is doing a mistake. Now changing into the wrong direction, I think.
Yeah, so here are the next athletes waiting to go out. You see Abersold, Benjaminsen, Maramurosi. There's Alexandersson.
Still problems for Victoria Marg. She's outside the circle, going further and further away from the control. We're gonna see it here. She's gonna end up in a big mistake. So you can see that all 3 of them were at the L control. It's not a problem if you can save it up as Olausson. If you don't have control over the situation, you can see it. Now I think she spots the control from the last loop in the men's relay in the last leg. So she's gonna head there. It's not her control though. And the teams behind. Now we got Sweden. She seems to be too low as well. She has Norway's second team with her. Let's see if they can spot the control together. Yeah, looks good. Not perfectly, not as Olausen, but still okay. And now I think Victoria Mag is able to spot the control as well.
But Gempela here in towards the finish. She's certainly going to change over in the lead. She's going to hand over to Simona Abersold. Norway are on the chase, but the two of them now have got a big gap to the rest of the field, who are all going to be fighting it out for that bronze medal. Olausen as well, emerging from the forest very soon. This is Gempela though. Gempela set up by a fantastic first leg from Berger.
You can see that Gempela really tries to make up, to open up a gap here for Simona Abersold. Doesn't want to send her out together with Andrine Benjaminsen.
No, absolutely not. She's going to try as much as she can on these last pages. Her European chance is complete. She's going to hand over to Simona Abersold, the middle distance European champion, long distance silver medalist. Can she do 3 from 3? 3 good runs from 3. We'll see. Here is Maria Olausen. Look at the gap. What's it going to be compared as she crosses the finish line? It's going to be 14 seconds as she hands over to Andrine Benjaminsen. 2 bronze medals already the championships for Andrine Benjaminsen. So 2 medalists now out on the third leg. 2 double medalists now out on the third leg. As we have Switzerland exchanging 14 seconds before Norway. Keep your eye on Sweden, of course, you should never forget. There she is, as Maja Sienoja from Finland races towards this last control. She can see it out in the distance. And she wants to try and hand over in a good position to Venla Harju. 2 8th places for Venla Harju. And actually, Maja Sienoja, this might be her run of the championships. She's done a fantastic job here. She's caught up the team from 14th to 3rd. Fantastic run here from Maja Sienoja, putting her team in a medal position as they hand over on the last leg. But you can see Hannah Lundberg is chasing, so too Ingrid Lundnes, Victoria Marg as well. And here is the Finn, about to hand over to Venla Harju. Okay, waiting there, ready to begin her campaign. The gap, 1 minute 32. But Victoria Marg is going to change over first, so ahead of Sweden. So Hungary in 4th, Sweden in 5th, and Norway 2 in 6th. 1:41. Watch that time. 1:41 is the gap between Switzerland and Sweden. Sweden, of course, they're the defending European champions. They're also the current world champions.
French team, Poland, Hanauer, now will change to Cécile Calandry. Cécile Calandry was a
French team Calandry on the last leg.
Basically a very good race here by Natalia Gempele. She had like everything under control except for that mistake at control 5, but she was able to relocate quite quickly and really didn't lose a lot of time, so that was very crucial. We can kind of guess how difficult it is there, this forking, when we saw how much problem Hanna Lundberg had. But let's hear now from Natalia Gempele.
Previous 2 individual disciplines. Meanwhile, also Hungary in the battle for the medals.
All right, standing here with Natalia on the second leg of the Swiss team. You guys had a relatively junior runner on the first leg that did a great job and gave you a good way out. How did that feel?
Yeah, we trust to each other in this team. We have many goals who can like change each other, and like because of Paula had quite a big lead, or like, and she couldn't run, so we knew that like Ines will make it. And Ines, she was a student world champion. She was running also here very good, so she was easy. and like we expect her in the front. She came in the front, so she did her job very well.
How about your race? Tell us about what happened in the forest.
Yeah, it happened many things. Like it happened 17 control, and then every time something was going on around, but I was like trying to push first, and we were like just a few in front. Then I went somehow alone, so third or fourth I was alone, and then I did one mistake in a slope. I didn't see my control, and I saw one after like 50, 70 meters further, and then I came, I checked number, not mine, and then I knew the list behind, and I thought, awesome, because they're coming, and then it was a Hungarian girl in front, so I had to really push that I could catch her and overtake. She was pretty strong, and like I was like ready to run, so they're good. Yeah.
And you shared the podium the other day with Simona, and now she's on the last leg. What kind of feelings does it bring to be waiting for her result? You know she's a strong runner, but there's also some other strong runners out there in the forest with her.
Yeah, Simone is now in her best shape ever. She loves to fight now and loves to run through the forest. So I think I expect from her a very, very strong run. Doesn't matter if she's alone or with somebody, but if she is somebody, not for a long time.
Yeah, thank you, and we'll watch with great excitement.
Great work from Natalia Gempela, catching up after she made that mistake. And you can, talking about catching up, Andrina Benjaminsen from Norway has caught up on Simona Abbasol. The two are with each other here, climbing the hill towards their control number 2. This is a forked control.
You could see at the first control that Simona Abbasol really tried to take it carefully. Was kind of rounding every feature, invested a few seconds there, and that's why Benjaminsen was able to catch up with her.
You can see actually that Abbasol continues around here. Hopefully she does indeed have the C control, the further one, and it looks like Benjaminsen already can now lose the height on her way to control number 3. And I think at the arena, heavy rain falling now, which is going to change up those race conditions. We've had long leg times already on the first 2 legs, could make it even longer then in the terrain, could add some slippiness into the forest.
I don't think it will be so.
Cool it down.
I think it won't get that slippery that quickly, but on the other hand, you can see they're still cooling down themselves back there, so it could even be the case that it gets a bit quicker because the runners, they don't have to run in such a heat anymore.
So Denise Kosova there just handing over to Teresa Roturier. We have the Latvian team also handing over Stina Soma there to Sandra Grosberger, and the Polish team handing over as well. Back behind the 2 leading teams, you can see that Benjaminsen on the left, Abbasol on the right. Abbasol did have the further control there. I think it was A for Benjaminsen and C for Abbasol.
And now they're climbing up to the 3rd control. Then we're going to have the TV control at 4, and at 5 we're going to have the last forking of this relay.
Yes, really not very many forkings on this last leg, as the athletes will have kind of come to expect. They all do the same thing around the end of the course. I think, the course planners don't want to make a lucky short forking on the last leg be the reason why someone wins a medal. So they really have the same course for quite a long section of the last leg. But the 2 athletes very close to control number 3. We'll see them together then at control number 4. We'll get that time check. And so if we remember the time back, it was Switzerland and Norway handing over in the lead, and then 1:32 back to Finland. When you want to look at the 1:41 back to Sweden.
That's actually the interesting time gap, the most interesting one, as you can see here on the screen. Alexanderson already up in 3rd position, You can almost hear now how heavy the rain falls.
You can definitely hear how heavy the rain is falling. And this is Benjaminsen on her way to control number 4. And there is Simona Aebersold. The two of them absolutely together. And Gempler really backed her teammate, whether she was running alone or whether she was running with somebody else. And I mean, yeah, she can do, I think she could run this either way, no problems. This should be Alexanderson. It is indeed.
Yeah, and here interesting to see if the other teams can settle, if Hungary can stay in the fight for the medals and Finland. So Norway, second team, but of course they won't be in the fight for the medal as long as the first team is up there.
That was the third control for Alexanderson. Running camera waits here. We should see, in fact, they might actually want to get out of the way because Hungary, Finland are approaching as well. We'll wait for the time check at the next control. Alexanderson is on her way there now. Should be coming up into the picture very, very soon. Look at the time. So currently at 1:10. The gap back to her at the exchange is 1:41.
And now we have actually Benjaminsen having to approach this E-control, the most difficult of the 3 controls, the one that Hanna Lundberg struggled so much with.
So back to 1:26, so 15 seconds gained. But we do, in fact, but that's quite similar to Benjaminsen, and we know Aebersold was taking it very careful that first section. So the gap to Benjaminsen pretty equal to what it was, as in the gap from Norway to Sweden pretty equal. And Mara Morosi punching there in 4th place.
Yeah, still incredibly good run by the 3 young Hungarians. Just to remind you, they were all running the Junior World Championships last year, all 3 of them winning it.
Nearly half a minute lost there by Ven Lahayu compared to the leaders.
I don't think there were any problems for Benjaminsen to the E-control. Looks good for Aebersold as well.
Egvid Christensen and Dyrkorn, 6th and 7th. It's Malin Egvid Christensen. Malin, who took 5th place in the Sprint World Championships on that anchor leg, the second Danish team. Of course, her big focus for this year will have been those the sprint races, of course. Has been a bit of a shock to the system for some of those athletes approaching the forest. Some like Simona Aebersold have spent, I think she said she spent about 2.5 weeks here in training ahead of these championships. And then I think I saw on Natalia Gempler's Instagram that she'd basically had 2 forest training sessions and that was it. Probably spending some time with her family before heading back out into the forest. So very different approaches.
Now I'm not sure actually if Tuve is doing a mistake. She seems too high. That's kind of exactly what Gempler did on the second leg. I think she has to go back
now
here.
She drops. Yeah, she's about to drop.
Yeah. And now in situations like this, it's not an advantage that it's raining a lot. Because it kind of makes the situation more difficult to relocate. I think she gets a bit of help by Mara Morosi.
Yep.
Actually,
and that'll feel pretty good for Mara Morosi.
Yeah, but she actually
she's
didn't
got to
have
go
the
back
control.
even further. Oh no, hang on. Yeah.
No, she had.
No,
I mean, Mara Morosi had the control, but she showed her the control anyway on the way out from Control E. You can see different approaches here. That's interesting as well. Aebersold going that other route choice, that other route as Hanna Lundberg. I think it was quite okay on the second leg. This again the mistake by Alexanderson.
Just judging the distance.
About a minute. Quite exactly a minute. You could see that she was kind of kissing the tail again And she fulfilled that circle.
This is
Now it's
Benjaminson.
interesting to follow these different route choices. We were speculating about if it was quicker to go to the east on the second leg when we had Hanna Lundberg there. Now we can see it in real time. It's really heavy rain.
Yeah, sometimes in that heavy rain we're going to lose some signal. Yeah, it's absolutely bucketing it down. And now got to go down these slopes here. You can see Benjaminson having to jump down these slopes, and oh, the two runners really are quite close together at this control number 7. Although we must remember that that Abersold was at control 6 before, and Andrina Benjaminson was at control number 6.
We also got the times from Maramarusi and Alexandersson. They were 2:15 and 2:19 behind. Then there was a small gap down to Finland, 2:38. So Alexandersson lost about, let's say 55 seconds maybe.
Yeah. Okay, here are the two runners. This is control number 7, I think. I was going to say here are the two runners. There's only one of them at this point. Goodness me, this is
very hard to see
here.
anything.
Yeah. I'm sure they're finding it hard to see stuff as well.
So this is Benjaminson, right? Yeah.
I think it is Benjaminson.
Yeah, it definitely is. But of course, it's very hard to see anything. Now it's really good that visibility is so good in the forest.
I think Abersold is ahead though still.
Yeah, I could spot her
you
before.
Could spot her. Okay, good.
Yeah.
This is crazy stuff here. So we've just got news through. There's a power blackout in the arena. This is one we maybe are very glad to be working from home at this section, and that's going to certainly impact our timing systems as well. But we have still got the GPS tracking here. We've got that connection to the camera out there as well. We will do our best to bring you this race as much as we can, and the fight for the medals, because it is certainly not over yet. Switzerland in the lead, a few seconds ahead of Norway, a couple of minutes back down to Sweden after Alexandersson made a mistake at the 5th control. In fact, 2 of the Swedish team made a mistake at that 5th control. Lundberg on the 2nd leg and Alexandersson on the 3rd leg as well. Hopefully we'll get a picture from the 9th control as well.
You can see that Alexandersson went on the same route as Abersold, and I think that the gap still is about 2 minutes at least. And now I think I can hear the speaker in the background again, so I think the power problem is solved.
I think you're right, and we can wait at the 9th control. They should be coming round here. There we have the leader. The control is just off to the right, or in fact they are very close together, these two. There is nothing between them.
It's going to be interesting to see how they solve the next route choice problem. Abersold going for the route to the right. I think Benjaminson following her.
And 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No. maybe Abersold wanted to just kind of head between the two, see what Benjaminson did. Put the ball in her court this time. So there's the GPS tracking then. You see the gap back to the chasing teams. It's still a big one. On their way back towards the arena.
Actually, Cecil Coventry is right behind Rika Mara.
And you can see now they're going to the left through choice anyway, as if they don't change up again. Don't think it will matter too much if they don't do any mistakes. It will be a fight between them anyway.
Yes, and no more forking. So that last little loop on the hill just south of the arena, they've all got the same controls.
Maramarosi really heading down to the street there.
Yeah, I
in
think she
order to
is.
get the next control.
But it's so runnable there.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
quite
also good
extreme.
runnability in the slope.
Yeah, that's
And
what
I
I mean.
think
It's so runnable in the slope. Like you don't need.
Well, I
There's no
mean,
advantage in
she's
going that extra
yeah,
distance, really.
yeah,
Unless
the
it gets
extra
that
distance and
slippery
the
that
extra
quickly.
climbing, extra distance and climbing. But you can see that France is doing the same. I don't know about how far you can see in this heavy rain. Maybe she's like, I don't know.
So the two leading teams you could just see cutting the corner. Let's wait at number 9. It should be Alexanderson very, very soon. The gap 2 minutes and growing. We're looking for a flash of blue, the white trousers as well. And in really, really, it's gone from one extreme to another. Extreme conditions in the
gap
forest.
is growing. It was 2:15,
I
yeah,
think she's
2:19
too
before.
high. I think she's too high.
I don't see anything. Oh, you look at the GPS, right?
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah.
I think she's.
She was too high.
It's far too high. She was left of the line. Banana made a big banana shape into the control. And 2:41 the gap now. The 3 favourites in the medal positions at the moment, but still some boots chasing.
On a control like this, it's better to have a cucumber shape and not a banana shape.
Yeah, there's no reason why you need to deviate from the red line. Venla Harju from Finland. And we should have Maramarosi as well. There she is in the picture, the Hungarian. Oh, won't the Hungarians desperately want a top 6 spots? Going to approach this control from the top. There's Harju dropping down the crag.
Now it seems as if Alexandersson is going on the same route as Lundberg.
Yeah.
Well, at least in the beginning. And the others are going exactly the same way as Natalia Gempele did on the second leg.
Cécile Calandry in 6th place for France is Malin Egeberg Christiansen, I think. Yep. For Denmark 2. As I said before, sprint 5th place at the World Championships. Maybe the Swedish team have prepared a leg like this because they're all going to the same.
Yeah, and you can see they're splitting up, Switzerland and Norway. That's interesting. So Switzerland, Simona Abersold is going the way Natalia Gempele did. Norway, I guess, is going to round that hill a little bit. Yeah, I would say that's advantage Switzerland. Then you could have stayed and rounded all the way. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to follow this one.
It really will. We're following Benjaminsen.
But it won't differ that much. I think we're talking about a few seconds here.
There's Maramarosi as the other group will go the other way. Cutting straight across to the higher route. You can see Harju in the lead there. And we've got to wait and see who gets to the 10th control first. The 2 athletes were basically together at the previous control. See those time from controls 6 to 9. Norway with the best one there. Sweden, Tove Alexandersson losing 32 seconds. Here's
Here we have
Absol.
Absol.
This is
And
control
how big
10.
is the gap? This is going to be exciting now. We know that Benjaminsen went another route here.
She's going to come from the right. Here she is. Here is the Norwegian.
And this
is
is going to be
gap
very
big enough that
difficult.
she's going to lose her.
Yeah, but it's 17 seconds.
I think it's too open. I think she might still see her ahead.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, she has to close a gap of 17 seconds physically if Absol is not doing any mistakes. So it's quite a tough task. So here we have it. They're splitting up on that route to control 10. Benjaminsen heading up the slope a bit earlier, rounding that hill. Rounding those, trying to avoid those 10 meters to climb. But actually, in the end, it's like 5 meters she's avoiding. And there's no forking coming anymore.
France, Finland and Hungary. This is the group battling for podium spots, for top 6 spots.
As you can see there, we still have, of course, a last loop left also on this third leg. And again, we're going to have a longer loop here. It's the same as the men had. And we know that Kasper Fosse did a mistake to control 14.
So Switzerland still in the lead here at control number 11. Of course, they're going to drop their speed through here, but it does look like Norway won really quite close behind. Let's get the comparison then of this long leg.
Yeah, first the mistake of Alexandersson. I mean, it's just a few seconds, but still, you can see the tail, 2 minutes. And I think actually that Alexandersson is losing here. She was 240 behind. Yeah, maybe not too much. Doesn't get much closer either. So now she is... It has been 2 minutes and 35 seconds since we had Absol at that control 10. Still no punch from Alexandersson.
Okay, we wait at control 12. Oh no, sorry, this is still controller 10. Here she is. That's Alexandersson. Nearly 3 minutes the gap now. And you can see, actually, look how much better Absol did compared to the other two.
I don't think the group behind got any closer. The gap was almost exactly a minute, and you can see that, yeah, well, it's still about a minute left until they are there.
2 minutes 54 seconds behind Absol. But still...
Not long before we see Absol and Benjaminsen into the arena.
Not long at all. I think we should see Absol very soon.
So we will see shortly showing up in the arena Simona Absol.
She's got that control, no problems. And down in towards control number 13. This is back at the 10th control. That is Harju into 4th. Calandri into 5th. And this is the state of the arena as Absol has punched the control going through there. I think someone needs to get a lens, wipe the lenses out on these controls. On these
we don't have any drone. We don't have any drone flying anymore in this weather. So we got the pictures from the ground.
Absol, she's managed to get a little bit of a gap here. I think just as the White Forest hit, she's now 29 seconds ahead of Benjaminsen. And has she paced this one right? I think she really has, keeping it calm in the first section, then opening up now because she's got 29 seconds gap. Norwegian are going to come around this corner, take on some more liquids here. the heavy rain seems to have gone through. And Benjaminson, just this last loop still to go, but it has proved tricky for the runners this last loop, so we'll see what they can do. Still all to
And
play for.
actually, Alexanderson did a small mistake at control 11, so I think there's a chance for the others to get closer again. Not a big one. She will still be in third position, but maybe now only 40 seconds ahead. And we know that you can do mistakes towards control 14 as well. So it's not over yet, the
I was going
fight
to
for the
say,
medals.
Alexanderson seems to be in a mood of making mistakes here. So, yeah, there's certainly, if you're going to make a mistake on this course, probably control 14 is one of those where you would make it. So there is definitely opportunity for that chasing group, and they'll be surprised to know they're as close to Alexanderson as they are. Less than a minute behind. Whereas you see the two leaders, well, Abersold at least into that forest, just about to start the climb, is pretty much bang on the red line here. She's going to pass the control from the previous loops on the green and then continue on to her control.
And I think unless Absol is doing a mistake, it will be very tough to close that gap again for Benjaminsen. Here again, the mistake by Alexanderson. You can see that she got too far to the left. Actually saved it up quite well.
Yeah, she saved herself by seeing the ditch.
And now you can see the gap, I would say around 40 seconds to Finland.
Yeah,
And
we'll
Switzerland now up on top of the hill, trying to run on this flatter part towards the control. Still looks good. But she
You
has
can
to
kind of
continue
tell
into
there's
that.
maybe some hesitations here, or just trying to pick her way through the rocks or something.
Definitely starting to hesitate. She has to continue for another 30 meters. Yeah, it looks
Yeah, I think there's no problem here.
good now.
Here is Alexanderson then. Bronze medal position so far, but making mistakes. She's lost another 30 seconds now on the top. You can see there that is the deficit between controls 10 to 13. Lost another 30 seconds compared to Abersold. And there's athletes, strong and fast athletes behind her.
She's really pouring water over her body.
Yes, she hasn't had enough of the rain already. Yeah. Refolding the map up for the next section. She should be good enough to maintain this bronze medal position. But you never know. It's a tricky last little hill. Mistakes have been made. It's not over yet.
See that Benjaminsen punched at control 14 as well.
This is 4th, 5th and 6th here. Hayu, Calandri, Maramorosi, all within a minute, 50 seconds behind Alexanderson, working their way through this arena. Calandri looking very cool, calm and collected, using this opportunity to read lots of her map, get her head in this second section.
And Abersold actually punched control 15, now on the way to 16, a bit far down the slope. He has to be careful with direction now. Here she is.
Here she is. Yeah, falling over on this slippy slope. She's got to go along at the right height for quite some time. You can see this is what she's done, right of the line. You can see some of her teammates had done the same thing.
But they were a bit further ahead. She's now almost at the start. You can see that Benjaminsen is choosing a totally different approach, going on the top of the hill. Gonna attack the control
low here.
More from above, yeah. And interesting as well, now we can see Alexanderson on the way up to 14. I think that Absol now has control over the height, can see the cracks, possibly. I don't think she's gonna struggle with that control. And Alexanderson now at the control from the first and second leg.
No problems for Norway, meanwhile in silver medal position. And we should see Absol very shortly on the
We have
picture.
the
I'm sure as she
pre-warning.
comes down at the slope, she has punched that control. So she's coming into the finish, coming into this last control. Only a few hundred more meters to go. And you can see the gap is significant back to Norway. Here she is into the arena at this last control. And she's got enough gap here to celebrate. Sweden were the defending world and European champions, but it is Switzerland who've done it today. And considering their individual performances at these European Championships, maybe it's no surprise. But with two very experienced runners, one very inexperienced runner, what a fantastic team these have made. Ines Berger just kept within the pack, in fact was leading for some time. Natalia Gempler put them into the lead, and then Simona Absol just kept going.
Very good race tactically by Simona Absol. You could see that she invested a few seconds at the first control in order to not get to the wrong one. She had basically no struggles afterwards, kept cool when Benjaminsen went in another route towards control 10, so very well executed. And as you said, I would say, I mean, the big part was done on the first leg. You were talking about that before the race, that this is going to for all of the teams because they have the least experienced runners there, and Ines Berger did a great job on this first leg.
Yeah, she really did. Let's have a word with this Norwegian team. Camilla Stava, also, she was quite far back in the pack initially, but managed to catch it up towards the end. Maria Larsen did a fantastic job to be just behind Switzerland at the changeover. That was really a brilliant one where others were making mistakes. Switzerland, Sweden, Hungary making mistakes. May managed to change over into second place, and Andrina Benjaminsen caught up Absol at the start. Just lost a bit on the kind of last few controls, really, the last kilometre or two of the course. And in the end, yeah, a great result from them. They've upgraded from bronze medal at the European Champs 2 years ago, bronze medal at the World Champs last year in Switzerland, and now a silver medal. So Norwegian team on the up. And, well, spoiler alert, Sweden and Tove Alexandersson has made it safely round controls 14 and 15. She's on her way to 16. She's on her way to the arena. Those are our two teammates. It looks like it's been okay. They're looking quite nervous out here, as if something's gone wrong, but actually it's all fine. And that she doesn't know. There we go. We need to get their reaction to seeing this shot, really, because I think they'll be wondering why the camera is on them, wondering if something has gone wrong for Tove. It's been a series of mistakes for her around this leg. Yeah, but there they are. There she is.
I mean, for the Swedish team, it all happened on the second leg. You could see that Hanna Lundberg did a mistake to the fifth control, lost about 2 minutes, was fighting really good afterwards. She almost brought it down to 1.5 minutes to the finish, so she had a good race except for that fifth control. But today, well, you were not allowed to do 2 minutes mistake, so yeah, that was the decisive point for the Swedish team.
Yeah, any mistakes on this race, anything 1 minute or bigger, has really been kind of punished, and a bronze medal for these guys. I think they're a bit disappointed with that. They kind of don't really know what to do.
Especially Hanna Lundberg is a bit disappointed.
And Tova's disappointed as well. She, you know, when she's achieved so much that she can do, you know, you go back to kind of the fundamentals of orienteering. You're kind of racing yourself. You want to do your best performance, and Tove Alexandersson, definitely does not rank in amongst her best performances.
Let's focus on the fight for the fourth position between Hungary, France.
And Finland.
Finland, yeah.
Yeah, they're at number 16 really soon. I don't know if we've got a camera. I think actually we do. We have a camera there waiting to try and catch them all and see them coming out of the forest.
There.
This is really
That
interesting.
punch that controls 16, advantage for France, just ahead of Finland and Hungary, all within 3 seconds. Here they come.
Here they go then. These three are the ones we're looking for. France, Finland, Hungary. They've still got a few meters yet to go. Maybe they'll be looking to time their sprint finish because it's a very tight fight here. They're all going to end up on the podium, but in what order? France punch first, then Finland, then Hungary, and Rita Marmarosi is going to try and pump her arms and see what she can do to overtake Ben Lahayu. Cécile Collandry looks like she is out in front for the French team, and Hayu just closing the door on Marmarosi for Hungary. So France will cross the line first. Cécile Collandry will get the 4th place. She's got to run hard on this last section. It will be 5th for the Finnish team, and Hungary in to take the 6th place. The first two of those collapse across the line. They all do, all head to the floor. And France, Finland. And you know what, I'm going to give you some good credit here because you called the Hungarian team. You wanted to point them out when they were all lining up on the start. You said, watch out for this trio who won the JWOC title, won the Junior World Champs title last year. It means a lot for the French team, clearly. Look at that, fantastic stuff for them. That French team really progressed through. And in fact, yes.
I'm actually just double checking if we got any message about the miss punch, but we didn't. So they were really celebrating that 4th position. And
yeah,
Hungary, they are celebrating the diploma.
Well, Collandry caught them up from 8th to 4th as well. So really want to celebrate her results. And yeah, of course, the Hungarian team, you know, they're a bunch of, they 100% should be celebrating. They're a very young team, and they have matched it against the top teams in the world. And here, let's hear from the winners.
Inez, so this is your first major championships. How did it feel going out on the first leg after such a quick change to the first team?
I felt confident because the team is so good. I knew the runners coming after me was so strong, and yeah, I tried to feel not too stressed and just do my best orienteering possible, and that's what I tried to do.
And Natalia, you had a mistake on the course, but you managed to course correct pretty well. How did it feel like going through the motions of getting back on track?
Yeah, it is orienteering. You can always make mistake, but it's important then to push, going to push, and so it lohnt sich. Hat sich gelohnt. How can I tell it in English? Was worth it, yeah. It was a very interesting fight.
And Simona, you had a battle with the Norwegian team out there, but you made a good route choice to the 10th control. Did you know that that was a good choice?
Yeah, I wasn't sure which route choice I should take, so I waited until I came out to the path, and then I just decided quickly to go over the hill because the slopes were really slippery because of the rain. So I quickly noticed that Andrina wasn't following me, and then I took the chance. I knew that it was my chance to get away from her, so I sped up a bit, and I managed to get away. So it was a really good leg there.
And a quick last question: how does it feel to go home with 2 golds and a silver?
Really good. Now it feels amazing. I think it's been my best championship so far ever, and it just feels amazing.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
2 golds and a silver then for Simona, and actually congratulated by Tova Alexanderson there. It feels like, Natalia Gempler bringing the most experience to that team. She's kind of looking after those 2 younger runners as well, I think, actually, in amongst that mix. What an achievement then for that team. And I mean, it feels like it was ages ago, the men's race won by the Norwegian trio there. I think we're going to be able to hear a little bit of their post-race interview. Eskil Schöneberg, Erik Langedal Breivik and Kasper Fosser. Because we had long running times, couldn't bring you their interview earlier, I think, though that was the final result in that men's race. couple of hours ago now, feels like an age ago. A big gap in the end, of course, for Fosse, and a well-earned gold medal for him, taking his tally up.
Quite a solid race, and you were during the winning team in EOC 2022. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's really fun. I'm really satisfied. It's nice to get a medal at last. So, and the team did a very good job. So that's perfect.
And Eirik, you kind of brought the gap out for your team. How did that race lay the bed, and like how? Sorry, Eirik, you. Sorry, the recording part screwed me up. Eirik, so you went out together with everyone else, but made quite a lead. Tell us about what that lead gave up for Fosse.
I hope to bring him out solo, of course, but I was a bit surprised when Abresol make a mistake on the last loop, but it was very satisfying to see him drop and come down alone in the last control and see Kasper and bring him out alone. So that was what Kasper wanted, I guess. So yeah, he opened hard and make it all the way in a very good way.
Yeah, and Kasper, you can't have a better start than that on your handover, although you were late to the changeover zone. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if I think no one was ready for the runners coming in, and I thought I would be told when to go into the changeover, because usually you're not allowed to go in there before runners are coming in, so a bit confusing there, but it just gave me some extra adrenaline, and I started out really fast and died a bit in the end, but with 3 minutes gap in the arena passage I managed to hold it together, and that's such an amazing day, and I couldn't have wished for better teammates and a better way out on the third leg, so this is extremely fun for us.
Yeah, congratulations to another relay gold for Norway.
Thank you.
Great to hear then from the men who we saw early in, and then Norway in the end topping the medal table, and on a personal medal table, 2 golds and a silver for both Fosse and for Abresol, the power couple of orienteering, winning the both medals. They would be on top of the medal table by themselves, but that's the end of these European Orienteering Championships from Hungary. We had 2 fantastic technical races from the individuals, middle and the long, and then the relays are never without some drama. And we saw that today, even on a very physically fast course, not as technical as the previous races, but it's been another European Orienteering Championships to remember. Our next broadcast will be back at the World Cup final from Finland. So enjoy these pictures of the race, and we'll see you over in Scandinavia very soon.
See you then.